Today on With the First Pick, we are 7 days out from the 2025 NFL Draft. So when I do a 7-round mock draft from the Titans number 1 all the way to the Chiefs at 257, thankfully I'll have a lot of help along the way. Starting in round 1, former Titans GM Rand Carthon, who you might recognize as my co-host on With the First Pick, 2-time Super Bowl champ Brian McFadden of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and guys, the face of CBS Sports. He's covered the NFL for more than 30 years. Pete Prisco, and a special thanks to producer Stryker and Debo for pulling all this together. All right.
Well, look, I got one quick question.
I
got one quick question.
Go ahead.
Did Rand get Rick's cleats? That's all I want to know. Did Rand get the cleats?
The cleats?
Yeah, you remember in North Dallas 40 when he got the cleats when they cut the guy?
Oh, I see. All right.
Hey, Pete, can you be a professional at least for 30 minutes of this mock draft?
I mean, God, out the gate we start.
Pete is having a good time. He's already oranger than we're used to seeing. Be back. All right, look, we've each been assigned 8 teams in round 1 for the next 4 hours, as much as one can. We're going to try to rip through this thing. Let's get going. And by the way, these are our superstars because they're only doing round 1. I'm here for the whole time, me and Stryker. So we'll bring in our next batch of guys after round 1. But we're starting at the top. We each got 8 teams. B-Mac, you are on the clock with the Tennessee Titans. And by the way, guys, we're doing first-round trades. So hold on to your seats. B-Mac, you're on the clock.
Yes, guys, there's no need to overthink this with the Tennessee Titans. They've sent the entire brass to go watch Cam Ward. Clearly, they love Cam Ward. There's a mutual love between both parties. So with the first pick of this 2025 NFL Draft, I have the Tennessee Titans selecting their future quarterback of the franchise, Cam Ward.
Hey, Pete, I'll ask you this because I know how Rand and B-Mac feel about it. Put Cam in last year's draft class. Where are you ranking him with that group?
5 or 6. Put him in next year's draft class. I might rank him 5 and 6 in that one too. I don't look. You know how I feel about this quarterback class, and look, if I was the Tennessee Titans, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't take him. I'd play on with Will Levis and see what happens, and if he's not any good, then you move on next year. And I'd take Travis Hunter because I think he's the best player in the draft. That's what I would do.
B-Mac, find somebody that loves you as much as Pete loves Will Levis. That's all I ask you to do because that man. He cannot quit Will Levis. All right, Rand, I don't need you to comment on the Titans because you're taking Cam Ward.
No,
I'm taking
you do
Cam
not.
Ward. Here we go.
You do not need me to comment.
But you know what? I want to hear your thoughts on the Cleveland Browns. And we saw everybody ever employed by Cleveland now and before at the Colorado Pro Day. So what are you doing at number 2?
So at number 2, knowing that they need a quarterback, and that's the big question for them, right? You signed Joe Flacco, you trade for Kenny Pickett. So who's going to be the signal caller? You don't know. And with the second pick in the draft, you still won't know because I'm taking Travis Hunter. And I'm taking Travis Hunter, like Pete said, this guy's a special talent. I believe they start him at receiver and pair him with Jerry Jeudy, who had 90 catches last year. And then who had the second most catches behind Jerry Jeudy? You had Cedric Tillman with 29 that's returning. So that's a big disparity in terms of ball distribution. So whoever the quarterback is going to be is going to come into an embarrassment of riches and having Travis Hunter with Jerry Jeudy. Oh, and by the way, he can be your nickel in sub on defense when you have a Mark Emerson and a Greg Newsome both being free agents after the season. And Denzel Ward, I mean, he's an all-pro, Pro Bowl talent when he's healthy. But that's the key. When he's healthy, he's never played a full season in the NFL. So give me Travis Hunter at number 2 for the dog pound to go crazy over.
I'll just say this. Some of us on this show right now, we're going to trade up for a quarterback. And I think some of us got really nervous when Rand was giving that intro. So avoided that pothole. I'll just note this. We put up a poll before the show started. And Abdul Carter, Shadur Sanders, Travis Hunter are another player. And folks, 49%. And Travis ran over Abdul Carter, won over Abdul Carter, I should say. People prefer Travis Hunter 49% to Abdul Carter 41%. All right, Pete. Born in New York. You're a South Florida guy now. You're picking for the New York Giants. You're Joe Shane and Brian Dable. What are you doing?
All right, I grew up a Giants fan. Loved the Giants. Big Phil Simms kid. I loved them. And they used to play quarterback back in the day of that team. They don't anymore. And nor am I going to take a quarterback in this spot because I don't love this quarterback class. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to what the Giants do well, and that's pick pass rushers. And I'm going to take Abdul Carter. I'm going to add him to the mix When they won Super Bowls, they rushed the passer. And I think you can never have enough of those guys. I will find a way to make it all work with all those pass rushers. I will take Abdul Carter and I will pass on the quarterback.
All right, there you go. And I don't necessarily disagree with that because I think they're in better shape. You agree with this, Pete, than other teams that need quarterbacks because they do have Russ and do have Jameis?
No, I think they have problems as well, but they're not winning with them. They're not winning with those two guys. They're not winning. Here's the only caveat in the whole situation. If Joe Shane wants to save his job, he could draft a quarterback in the spot and try to save his job. I don't think he will, but he could try it. Those two guys, he's gone. But he could draft Shedeur Sanders or somebody in this draft at some point and get him into the action halfway through the season. If he plays well, then it might save his job. He's not saving his job with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
The Russell Wilson hatred I don't get. Hey, Rand, let me ask you this because media say this a lot and fans do too. If you just draft a quarterback, you can prolong your job opportunities in the front office. You agree with that?
It depends on who you draft, right? and let's be honest, man. A lot of this we can all feel how we feel about these quarterbacks and what have you. This is an opinion-based business in which we are, but a lot of it too is the scheme and the fit in which these quarterbacks are coming into and what they have around them. And so if you the problem that we have in our league is that we throw so many resources at this quarterback position, hoping to find that blue talent. Right. And God only made so many of those guys. And I think when you have those guys, you tend to lean on, player X will get us out of this situation. Sometimes it's okay with having a solid second tier quarterback, but you have to do your job and continue to build around that player, whether that's offense, defense, or special teams. And I think we try to hedge our bet on trying to find the next franchise quarterback with every swing at the position.
Yeah, and knowing what you just said there, Abdul Carter feels like that's one where you go to bed at night and you feel pretty good about the prospects of having a job in the morning. By the way, if you're watching us, hit the old like button, and you can hop into the chat, and Debo and Stryker will find your messages and pass them along to us, and we'll talk about them on the show if we get an opportunity. All right, next up, I'm the New England Patriots. I'm not going to overthink this either. Kelvin Banks is my offensive tackle one. I know that some mock drafts haven't fallen into the 20s, and I would take him here, except got you there, Stryker. I need this young man to play right away. I don't care about his arms. He started in the SEC as a freshman. Will Campbell, 4th overall. Pete, am I overdrafting Will Campbell? And you want to move everyone to tackle? So do I have to kick him inside to start his career?
No, I want to move everybody to guard. You're right, but I do think he's a guard. But and look, I get it for the Patriots. They have to take a tackle. They have to. I mean, look at their offensive line. You can try him at tackle. If he doesn't work out at tackle, you move him inside. You move him inside the guard. But I think this pick makes sense for them. I also think there's a couple other things that play for the Patriots. I think you got to look at Walker. I think he's in play. Yeah, and I also think Jeanty could be in play there. And that sounds crazy, but what's the easiest thing to do for a young quarterback? Get a running back to make it easier on him.
I got Ramondre Stevenson. He can do numbers.
Oh, stop. Ramondre Stevenson is just a guy. You know that.
Oh,
hey, listen, I'm just proud that Ryan took a guy with perceived short arms. We've done a few of these mock drafts, and arm length has been the number one topic. So that's showing growth, Ryan. I'm proud of you, man.
Well, like Pete doesn't like Bryce Young. I don't like guys with short arms. I got short arms. Pete's Bryce Young's height. We got to turn the corner and turn the page on this, Pete. We got to hold these guys up and give them an opportunity.
No,
Will Campbell's a tackle, Pete. He ain't a guard. Keep him out on the perimeter. No.
Well, we'll see. We'll find out.
We'll find out together. Yeah, I don't know about the Ashton Jeanty. I love Ashton Jeanty, but they're not one player away. Just 30 seconds on that, Pete, and we'll move on. But if you're not one player away, why would you take Jeanty when this running back class is so deep?
Well, and look, you know how I feel about running backs. I normally would say no, but I think he's one of the best players in this draft. And so sometimes you get the best player in the draft, you take him. He makes it easier on the quarterback. I mean, he's special. He's a special runner. And so, for me to say that, how I think about the running back position and drafting it. So I would consider it if I were the Patriots.
Hey, Pete, it might be on site when I see you, man, doing the way you trashing my running backs. So.
All right, next up, Bryant McFadden. You are the Jacksonville Jaguars. I used your Christian name when I introduced you there. What are you doing for Jacksonville?
when Jacksonville had some real successful times, they were nicknamed Sacksonville on the defensive side. So I have the Jacksonville Jaguars with their first round selection taking Mason Graham, the interior defensive lineman from Michigan. You pair him up with Eric Armstead. You look at Josh Hines-Allen, Trayvon Walker. You have potentially a dominant defensive front that can harass guys like C.J. Stroud, who's in your division, the Cam Wars, who's now the quarterback for the Tennessee Titans, and Daniel Jones, who will probably be the quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. You can make their life extremely miserable adding a guy like Mason Graham.
This has been a popular selection throughout the process for sure, B-Mac. By the way, in the chat, Brandon Hallam, shout out for the Draft Day movie, Rand. Someone will call the rookie Jaguars GM, not Gladstone, but the guy in the movie who Kevin Costner didn't know his name, offer 3 years of seconds for his first.
Hey, Brandon, we're trying to get past Ryan in this movie Draft Day. Netflix has struck again with his algorithm, man. Come on, let's leave that alone.
Kevin Costner strikes again.
You look, Mason Graham's a good player, B-Mac, but he ain't very big. And everybody has that as a slam dunk for Jacksonville. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think Jeanty's in play there in a big way.
He's gonna get drafted 3 times in the first round. Hey, Pete, answer this question from. Go ahead, B-Mac.
Yeah, I heard about Ashton Jeanty as well, potentially being in play for Jacksonville. But in terms of the lack of size for Mason Graham, Braden Fisk, he's an overly big interior guy as well. But the thing he excels
what round did he go in? What round did he go in?
What round should he have gone in?
Second, but if you did a redraft right now, he would be a top 15, top 12 pick.
He wouldn't be
if you did a redraft.
Though. He wouldn't be top 5.
Here's what I'll say. Let me try to interject in the argument a little bit. I do think, and I like Mason Graham, and I think he's a talented dude. But I do think this love affair with him is because so many people felt like they missed on Braden Fisk. Right. So I think it's probably pushing him up a little bit higher than where he would typically go in a traditional draft. And I'm going to agree with Pete because I know exactly where Pete's coming from, with this, just in terms of, I think there are going to be other people in play for them at 5 because this has just been too concrete and too consistent and too solid. And you got to think we're a first-time GM and a first-time head coach who's an offensive-minded coach. They're going to look to make sure that his expertise is top-notch and ready to go. So I'm starting to believe that there are going to be other players, particularly on offense, and play for them at 5.
We're living in a world where former GM agrees with Pete Prisco twice already in the first 15 minutes, P-Mac.
Smart man. He's a smart man.
Hey, Pete, I'm going to ask you this as the mayor of Jacksonville. David Osedic asked in the chat, what pick of the Jags that is actually realistic might be the worst case scenario? And I'm assuming for the franchise in terms of getting the best player, so on and so forth.
One of the tight ends to me, I think. I don't think that would be a good pick for them.
Okay.
Yeah, look, Liam Cohen didn't use the tight end until his receivers got hurt last year in Tampa. Then he used them. I don't think you draft a tight end in that spot.
Okay, even though one of those guys or both of them, I mean, they could be top 15 picks, top 10
they could
picks.
be good players. I just don't think you draft them there.
All right, Rand, you had a hat on for 5 minutes here. You are the Las Vegas Raiders. You are Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, Mark Davis, all wrapped into one. What are you doing here at number 6?
So at pick number 6, you come into it and, based off of what I just said about the Jacksonville Jaguars and the one person you've seen mocked there the most, you've seen Ashton Jeanty at running back mocked here the most at pick number 6. Well, I'm going to try to make you proud, Ryan. I'm going the other way, and I'm going to take wide receiver Ted McMillan at pick number 6, wide receiver out of Arizona. You mentioned Chip Kelly. What do we know Chip Kelly for running? A spread offense, an 11 personnel offense. Right now, Jacoby Myers is your perceived number 1 wide receiver coming off of his first 1,000-yard season. After that, you have one guy that averaged less than 12 yards a catch. You had another guy that averaged right at 9 yards a catch. You need to have weapons for Geno, and you added Raheem Mostert as your running back with Sincere McCormick and also Zamir White. If you go back to when Chip Kelly was running the offense in Philly, they had guys spread open. They were throwing the wide open spaces. They stretched the field horizontally, and then they used those spaces just to run the back. And I don't think that they're going to go with a heavy load in terms of running the ball. So I'm taking Ted McMillan here to give Geno Smith another weapon at wide receiver.
Here, let me get Raider J in here who left this comment in the chat. To quote Pete, Jeanty makes life easier on the quarterback. T-Mac is not an elite player the way Jeanty is. Would you would rather try to jump back in and get Jaden Higgins, the Iowa State wide receiver? Look, our buddy Lee J. Doozle, who's coming on later, is a huge Jaden Higgins fan. I don't think he's in the same conversation as Tedrow McMillan. Pete, have you seen Jaden Higgins?
Yeah, I like Jaden Higgins. I a lot. I don't love Ted McMillan. I'm not totally on board.
And in his defense, you watched the wrong tape for the first 30 minutes.
No, but I did. But I've gone back and watched it all. I watched all his bad plays, and when I watched his bad plays, I nearly threw up on my shoes. But he doesn't. I don't like receivers that don't really get vertical. I mean, he's not a threat. I always go back to the two Mykel Williams. Both of them ran 4.55 or whatever.
Disrespectful.
4.58. And neither one of them worked out.
Okay, would you rather have Ashton Jeanty and Jaden Higgins or Tedrow McMillan and I don't think O'Marion Hampton will be there, but whoever, Trevion Henderson, for example?
I mean, you can look at it that way. I don't love McMillan, and I do think their backs are good.
I think what would really justify this pick for the Raiders with McMillan is who they get at running back in round 2.
Okay, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Let me see who's going to be picking for the Raiders in round 2 because you guys are going to be eating ice cream and leave me here hanging. Mike Renner's good. Really Mike Renner will be on the clock. Pick.
See, but Rand didn't have to think that out. He just made the pick now and gets out of there.
And I'm gone.
His assistant GM will make the pick.
Mike Renner's going to be the assistant GM.
The JV GM. The JV GM that's who his second round pick is.
All right, Pete, you are staying in New York and you are the New York Football Jets. You are going to be Rick Spielman for this segment. What are you doing?
Oh, no, I'm not going to be Rick Spielman. I'm not a meathead like that guy. This is a tough pick to me because I don't love, and I know a lot of people do, but I know they need a right tackle. So I'm gonna pick Kelvin Banks and play him at right tackle.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, Rand, what do you think about that? Because I think you and Pete are on the same page about Membou as well. Is this too rich for Banks here?
No, I don't think it's too rich for him.
Okay.
And I actually like the pick here. And I don't think it's too rich. Like I said, I like Membou, but I just think in the top 10 for a guy who's still developmental, who still has a ways to go from a technique and fundamental standpoint, I think that was a little too rich. When you're picking in the top 10, you want to get about as sure thing as you can find. And Kelvin Banks, I think, is a solid pick for him here.
I'm glad BMAC and I are on one side of the screen and you two guys are on the other side disrespecting Armand Membou from way over there. The kid's 20 years old. And Lee J just texted me, Pete. He said, quit picking for the Jets. He doesn't want you representing his team.
Well, Rand's right about Membou, though. He's got a wonderful athletic ability, but there's a lot of things not to like about him. His technique isn't great. He's a waist bender. He's on the ground a lot. He doesn't finish all the time. Ryan loves every. You figured this out already, Rand. That Ryan loves every player in the draft. So we got to bring some balance to it.
And to say I'm disrespecting the guy that's still going first round. Come on, man.
Right.
Shut up, Pete. By the way, we have another poll up right now. If you want to hit it up on YouTube at NFL and CBS, where will Shedeur Sanders be selected? And before pick 10, 53%, because the Saints are at 9 there. After pick 10, 47%. But first up, we got to get to pick 8. And BMAC, this is me limping to the podium because I pulled my hamstring to turn in Jaylen Walker's name. We're going to upgrade what Frankie Louvu was there by about a factor of 20, and Frankie Louvu was a great player. Tell me, what's it like as a cornerback playing behind someone like Jaylen Walker who's creating havoc at the second level?
Make it hot so we can squat. Make it hot so we can squat on these routes. When you got that consistent pass rush coming down, for us guys in the secondary, we knew that ball had to come out extremely fast. So, that's what we used to say in Pittsburgh, man. Hey, guys, make it hot so we can sit on and squat on some of these routes. And I like this pick as well. I love his athleticism. And, when you're in a passing league, you got to go get guys that look like what they hunt. And he's one of those players that look like what he hunts.
Hey, Rand, let me ask you this. Zach Dean leaves a comment, says Walker's not better than Louvu. And Louvu was special. And I think he obviously exceeded everyone's expectations because I believe he was undrafted. Do you think, number one, do you agree with that? And number two, if so, does Jaylen have an opportunity to be better than Louvu?
No, I think he does because I think what everyone sees what Louvu is now. right? It took Louisville a while to get to this point.
No question.
And it took him multiple teams to get to this point until he found the right scheme that fit his skill set. And now I'll say that's what you have to be as a trailblazer. I'm not calling him a trailblazer, but he had to lay that path so then guys like Jaylen can come in, and then there's already a role built in these defensive schemes for those type of skill sets.
Hey, Pete, Zach Dean also left a comment, Panthers fan, I'm assuming. He liked Mykel Williams there. Like, I like Mykel Williams. I think Jaylen Walker is more of an impact player on day one, just based on what we saw on the tape.
I would agree with that. There's some injury concerns there. I mean, he was hurt. It didn't work out at his pro day. I think he's having another workout. I think, aren't those two guys having a workout tomorrow or something?
Yep.
Both of them. So there is concern there. I think Walker could be like one of those in there. He'll play outside in their defense, but you can move him around. He can do a lot of different things. I think Mykel Williams is strictly a defensive end.
All right, B-Mac, you're the fighting Derek Carr's at number 9. You're the New Orleans Saints. What are you going to do?
Well, guys, we have our first trade in our mock draft. Brace yourself. We have a trade. We have the New Orleans Saints making a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. New Orleans will move back to 2021. The Pittsburgh Steelers will move up from 21 to 9, and they have their selection ready to be entered. With that pick, the Pittsburgh Steelers will select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback from Colorado. Put your watches up.
What'd you give up?
So just for the purposes of our show here, we're not going to mess up the draft picks in this order because we have guys coming on later who have been doing a little bit of planning. So it can be whatever you want it to be. We did all 2026 and beyond picks just so we could get the draft machine to work properly. But I think, what did we come up with, B-Mac? A first-round pick next year and a third-round pick next year.
I think the draft simulator had a first-rounder, of course, swapping picks this year. Pittsburgh gives New Orleans their first-round pick next year, along with a third-round pick as well.
You're fired.
Oh, stop it. What's wrong with that?
You're fired. What are you're going to trade up to go? You're going to give up all that to go get that guy?
They traded from 20 to 10 to get Devin Bush in 2019, a linebacker.
Well, that was a bad move, too. I mean, you can't keep making bad moves.
Pete,
yeah,
one thing you have to understand something with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You cannot continue to put a Band-Aid on an injury that needs surgery. You got to go find a future quarterback at some point in time.
There's a ton of guys in the draft next year.
You can't.
Next year, Pittsburgh. We're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers who have playoff aspirations and championship aspirations every year. It's not about next year, and you don't know when you might be picking next year, Pete.
They win 9 games every year and make the playoffs and lose. It's the same story every year.
Do not put off tomorrow what you can do today. No. If they like the guy, if the Saints are willing to do business, I'm okay with it because we don't know exactly what will happen next year, and I can't worry about next year. It's about the here and now.
Hey, let me ask you this, B-Mac, and if you're a Saints fan, maybe you're angry because the Saints didn't take Shedeur there, but with your understanding, just listen to the little birdies that maybe the Saints don't love Shedeur as much as the Steelers.
No question. Clearly, my ears are not as close to the streets as your ears and Rand ears. But I'm hearing the Saints are not overly in love with Shedeur Sanders as we see today. And Rand, you had some information for us. Could you share with the viewers about who the Saints sent out to Shedeur's pro day compared to another quarterback who we won't name at this time? Because you said they only sent their assistant quarterback coach to the pro day.
Was it me or Ryan?
Oh, that's you, Rand.
That's for you, Rand.
Oh, okay. So in attendance at Colorado's pro day, the Saints sent their receiver coach and their quarterback coach. And at Miami's pro day, as well as Ole Miss's pro day, the head coach, the GM, the OC, quarterback coach were all in attendance at those pro days, which you can't ignore that. Now, again, I'll say in New Orleans' defense, I'm sure they were in draft meetings at that time, but to bring it back around, so were the Giants. They were in draft meetings, and they still jumped on a plane and made it for the pro day. All
right, let's get going here. Lee J. Dizzle's excited to get on, and Pete's bogging things down because he doesn't like the pick in Pittsburgh. We'll circle back on that, Pete, because it's going to happen in real life too, probably. All right, number 10, Ryan, your Chicago Bears. You got your hat on. What are we doing?
So started off really wanting to take a tackle here, particularly a left tackle in Kelvin Banks to replace Braxton Jones and to bring this fixer-upper project of the O-line all the way around full circle. But Kelvin Banks is no longer here, and a top 10 caliber talent for the left tackle position is no longer here. So I'm going to shift and go with the second pick here and go with Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State, here at pick number 10, to pair with, at least through this year, a DeAndre Swift, to give new head coach Ben Johnson that 1-2 punch that he likes to have at the running back position, where he had Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. And so adding a guy like Jeanty to this that can take some of that load off of Caleb Williams and be a viable piece of helping them create a play action game, which was big in the Detroit offense, will help them here. And if I can throw in this one last bit, I mean, DeAndre Swift ran for 958 yards, I want to say, but he also only averaged 3.8 yards a carry. So you do need an upgrade here at this position.
Pete, you're 11, San Francisco 49ers. You okay with Jeanty, Chicago?
Oh, I think Ben Johnson would do cartwheels to get Jeanty in that spot. I don't think there's any question about that. In fact, there was some talk that maybe he would consider going up to go get him. I don't think he will, but he's perfect for what he wants to do. I think that would be a great pick for them. 49ers need a lot defensive line help, particularly defensive line help. I would believe me, and I know there's a lot of teams in this league that would love to be able to do that. I can't do it in this spot, but if it was a clean slate from a character standpoint, I'd take James Pearce here, but I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna take Walter Nolen. I think the 49ers need to get better on the inside of that defensive line. They need to get somebody who can dominate inside again. They've had all kinds of problems. They have a lot of injuries in there. They've got rid of a lot of guys, so I'll take Walter Nolen in that spot.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Pick 11, and that makes me extremely happy as the Dallas Cowboys at pick 12 here.
But I'll have to tell Walter Nolen, I want you to practice a little harder, Walter. I want you practicing a little harder.
Well, I can promise you one thing. With Chris Kacerek as his defensive line coach, him practicing hard will not be a problem.
Yeah, this better than anyone, Rand. The defensive line, even when they rotate through those guys, those guys are bringing it. All right, I'm the Dallas Cowboys. Running back's gone, wide receiver's gone, but you know who's there, B-Mac?
Who you got?
4-3-9, Jahdae Barron.
You are a consistent human, Ryan.
Right? Is it? Hey, Pete, since you're a negative Nancy on the show, any downside to taking Barron here? Can he play outside consistently? That's my only concern on him. I think he can do a lot of things. I think he's one of those guys you can play him at safety, you can play him in the nickel, you can play him outside. But has he got one skill? Is he Brian Branch? Is faster Brian Branch? Is that what he is? Which is a good football player, don't get me wrong. But I don't think he's a pure outside corner. At least I don't see it. Where would you play him, Rand?
I think he can play outside, but I think his versatility is his key. Is the key to him and, which defensive scheme. Now, I was going to pose this question to B-Mac, being our DB expert here. And you look at pick number 7, and you have Aaron Glenn as the new head coach there who just had Brian Branch. Do you think 7 is too rich for a Jahdae Barron type of player in that type of role, knowing what that role means to the defense?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at the Jets, they need to improve their offensive line more so than anything. So that would be more ideal for Jahdae. I think he's a double-digit pick guy, meaning he would be outside the top 10. And for the Dallas Cowboys, you look at Trevon Diggs, who's still under contract. He had some injuries. You look at Deron Bland. Either one of those guys are not known to be nickel guys. So if you're making this pick with Jahdae, the versatility probably will surface with him being more so of an inside corner than an outside corner when you have Deron Bland, when you have Trevon Diggs. So the more you can do is always a plus. But to Pete's point, when you draft a guy this high, usually they're more known to be an outside guy than an inside guy. But looking at the personnel, I can see Jahdae doing a little bit of both, but more so doing inside work because of Deron Bland and Trevon Diggs.
And I would throw in there, I mean, we have to go back and look at the contract status of the other two. They gave Diggs the big extension, but when can they get out of it? Dallas is always up against the cap. And so this could be a year ahead of a need pick, so to speak, in allowing him to get a guy, get him in the system, see how he fits, and then be able to move on from one of those other two in those big contracts.
Yeah, someone pointed out in the comments, Rand, that Jahdae did have 29-inch arms, which can be a concern if that's your thing. Rand's shaking his head.
Listen, 2 picks by you with guys with short arms, man. Listen, I might play the lottery tonight.
Tonight's the night to do it. All right, B-Mac, you're lucky 13 for the South Florida Miami Dolphins. What are you doing?
Miami, they need a lot. You talk about a team, a few years ago, it felt like they had the window open for a championship-like run, and now we're starting to see turnovers on either side of the football field with their roster. Losing Teron Armstead to early retirement. They let go Robert Hunt a year ago. The offensive line is the way to go for me, and I have the Miami Dolphins selected Armand Membou, talented tackle from Missouri. You guys talked about being a bit raw, but there is a high upside with this kid, especially in terms of the need for the Miami Dolphins. And I see him fitting in rather nicely with what they love to do on the offensive end.
I actually love that pick. But
yeah, I do too. Where do you play him at, though? Because you have a right tackle, but he's only on 1 year left on his contract. So what do you do?
And they also need a left tackle, by the way.
They got Patrick. They got Patrick Paul. Going to be their.
Oh yeah, Patrick. Yeah. So
yeah,
I mean, I'm okay with him being on the right side. Me personally, Pete.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe you move Jackson, let him play some guard. So yeah, I get it. I think that's a good pick.
We had a comment earlier from Anthony, Dolphins fan. It looked like he wanted defense, B-Mac, and you did those guys wrong. Anthony Manzano, Will Johnson, Malaki Starks, our guy Nick Emmanwori. You felt better about the offensive line?
No, yeah, the offensive line is horrendous. And one thing we know about Miami and Mike McDonald's system, if the offensive line are not doing what they need to do, nothing works on the offensive side of the football in terms of how they love to run the football. So getting back to the basics with their offense, I think, is more of a priority offensive line-wise, and you can address the defensive situation in the second or third round of the draft.
Yeah, and the other thing is Membou doesn't have to be on time because when you get fined, you still don't have to be on time in Miami.
Somebody cut Pete's mic. All right.
He just got drafted. Taking shots. Being tardy. He just got drafted. He ain't put on his hat yet.
This next pick is fitting, B-Mac at number 14. Rand Carthon picking for his Indianapolis Colts, who he reminded me put a whooping on B-Mac's Pittsburgh Steelers in that Monday night game back in 2005.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
When Ike was flapping his gums and Marvin Harrison introduced him to the end zone in that first play of the game.
Yeah.
Listen, my grandfather always said it's the quiet ones you got to worry about. and they woke Marvin up. I've never seen him go off like that, wanting the ball in that first play. And there were some choice words said down there. And I'm sure B-Mac was in earshot and heard it all. So we'll leave that for another time. There might be another live session we could have to discuss those moments.
No question.
But at the 14th pick with the Indianapolis Colts, and B-Mac hit on it. He was talking about Miami and needed to shore up that offensive line. And when the offensive line isn't clicking, nothing is working. And so I'm going to do the same thing for the Indianapolis Colts. And I'm going to take Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama. Right now you have, as their starting right guard, you have Dalton Tucker, who was a 2024 undrafted guy that started 7 games for him. And if we've known what Chris Ballard has liked to do, he's like to build up front on both sides of the ball. And this solidifies pretty much the offensive line for them right now, and whomever the quarterback is going to be, whether it's going to be Anthony Richardson or if it's going to be Daniel Jones. I consider the tight end here, to give them another weapon. But if you look at their offense, you have Jonathan Taylor, who is an all-pro caliber quarterback. And then you have 3 really good wide receivers. There's just not enough balls to go around for everybody if you take a tight end this high. So I chose to fix the O-line and give those young quarterbacks some time to make decisions back there.
Pete, you are pick 15. You're the Atlanta Falcons. Do you subscribe to the opinion that Tyler Booker makes more sense than, say, Tyler Warren?
I would probably take Tyler Warren there.
Okay.
They haven't had a guy with over 800 yards at tight end since Dallas Clark. Yeah, they need. But I love Booker, by the way. I think Rand's spot on him. You know how I feel about Booker. I think he's a mauler. He's a nasty, nasty player. It's just, his movement skills aren't great, but I like that pick. I think that's what the Colts are. You know what they want to do. I mean, that makes sense.
Hey, B-Mac, you see our guy George Foster, who's a former first round pick on the O-line. He jumped in. I always want to give love to the big fella. So
Big
I see
George.
Big Foster.
Big George.
Yeah.
Hey, hit the like button if you're watching, or if you're rewatching it later, so other people can be exposed to the wonders that are Pete Prisco. All right, Pete, you're the Atlanta Falcons. What are you doing at 15?
I need a pass rusher here, and I look at this board and I say, do I want Mike Green? Probably not. Do I want Shamar Stewart? Probably not. So I'm going to go to the kid at Georgia, and I'm going to take the local kid. I'm going to take Mykel Williams. I'm going to put him into this spot and take him as my pass rusher. I think, look, there are guys in this draft, and we know that have probably better edge rush ability, quick twitch off the edge than him. But there are questions about some of them. So I'm going to say it's safe and take Mykel Williams and hope he plays like he did a year ago, because he didn't play 2 years ago, because he didn't play that well last year.
He was banged up last year too.
What's that? Yeah, he was banged up, but he didn't play as well.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I'm up. I'm the Arizona Cardinals, and my theme for this thing is not overthinking it. A lot of the offensive linemen are gone, so that doesn't throw a monkey wrench to my plans, so it makes my pick a little easier. Pete, you'll be shocked to learn that I love this young man. I'm going with my guy at Texas, Matthew Golden. I think you give some help to Marvin Harrison Jr., make life easier for him. They just gave Trey McBride all that money, and well earned, in fact. So he reminds me a little bit of Jordan Addison, and you get him a legit number one, and he can do all the other stuff that Jordan Addison did. And Jordan Addison was a proper 1A when JJ got hurt in Minnesota. So,
well, maybe he will be the one.
Stop it.
I mean, the other guy won the one last year.
Oh,
he had over 800 yards.
I mean, if you rank,
it wasn't good enough to beat.
If you rank the wide receivers that came out in the draft last year, where did he rank?
All right, next up, pick 17. Oh, Pete, give him time, Pete. Pick 17. B-Mac, you got to drive up north to Ohio and represent the Cincinnati Bengals too. What are you doing?
Unfortunately,
I love this.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got to make this pick for Cincinnati. Clearly, the elephant in the room has been defense, trying to improve. We don't know the status of Trey Hendrickson. Will he be a part of this team week one? We don't know. But one thing we do know, even with or without Trey Hendrickson, they got to add pass rushers. I have the Cincinnati Bengals selected Mike Green. I think he's the second best pure pass rusher in this draft behind Abdul Carter. And he showed some strength and power down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. So I think he would be a nice piece to the puzzle of what they're trying to build there in Cincinnati on the defensive end.
Here, I'll ask you quickly, B-Mac. Why not? And you're right. I understand exactly why he took Mike Green. He is special. Why not our guy, Nick Emmanwori, the safety out of South Carolina?
Rush the passer.
Okay.
You know, when you're playing against Lamar Jackson twice a year, you got to find ways to put pressure on those type of guys, not to mention other guys in the AFC, you know, that you would have to get through to go chase a sticky Lombardi, Pat Mahomes, you know, Josh Allen. If you don't find a way to put pressure on those guys, good luck in hoping your offense can score 50 a game.
Yeah, no, fair point. All right, Rand, you are the Seattle Seahawks. You were pick 18.
So, you know, you made a great pick for Arizona and taking Matthew Golden, because this would have been my pick for Seattle here, especially with Clint Kubiak coming in this new offensive system. And you kind of have two guys that are kind of similar in Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp. So he would have been a great fit as the X receiver there. So we'll shift and we'll go on the other side of the ball for Seattle. And it might be a little too high, but there's a reason you take a guy like this. And I'm going Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama. Here for Seattle. And if you look at a Mike Macdonald system, a defensive system, those two inside linebackers are key for him. And you look at what they had in Baltimore when they had those two beasts in the middle. And so they traded for Ernest Jones last year, re-signed him. He's clearly locked in as their leader and the leading tackler. And now you add a young, athletic Jihaad Campbell to pair next to him to be flying sideline to sideline. I think this is what will really help get Mike Macdonald's defense going in Seattle.
Yeah, some Cardinals fans in the comments wanted inside front seven help. I understand that. Will Johnson was a name here for the Seahawks at 18. Pete, you're picking for Tampa Bay. Both tight ends, Will Johnson, those guys are still available. What are you doing?
By the way, I probably in this spot I would have taken Jihaad Campbell because, you know, if you look at the Bucs linebacker situation, Levante David's probably you know, getting up in the years one of the last year. Servassier Dennis got hurt last year. So they need linebacker. I probably would have taken him in that spot. So Rand, you got me. Who am I taking here? Look, I love this cornerback, and I'm taking Hairston. I think Hairston is the best corner in this draft class. He is a nasty little violent kid who will attack the football. I love him. I take Max Hairston for the Bucs.
B-Mac, you like that?
You know how I feel about Maxwell. You know he was high on my. You know what, Ryan? Pete might have stole some of the things I said about Max when he was
I've never
watching
heard
me
a
and you.
word.
He did.
I've never heard a word you've said about Maxwell Hairston.
When I
Not one.
highlighted Maxwell, but Pete, you're dead on. And the thing about Maxwell, he didn't put forth his best effort because he was injured. He was nursing that shoulder injury this season. But when you watch him against Georgia this year, outstanding in coverage. When you watch him against Isaiah Bond and Golden from Texas on the road, they were taking deep shots left and right, post concepts, and he was right where he needed to be. He plays a little bit with the mentality of Devon Witherspoon. He doesn't deliver that type of power and blow, but that's the mentality he plays with. I love this pick, and Tampa really loves him as well. And they need cornerback help in terms of depth and skill set. So I love that pick too.
So I'm the Denver Broncos, and they signed Evan Ingram, and that's sort of refocused our attention on someone like Omari Hampton, the running back here. But I have both tight ends still on the board. By the way, Nathan Elliott says in the chat, Pete, give me that. Put that back up there real quick, Debo. Back away from Jihaad Campbell. Bucks want to win now, and he won't be playing this year until it's too late. I don't think that's true.
I don't believe that either.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to play. The kid's incredible. He just turned 21. He's an insane athlete. Yes, David B says smash that like button. Do that too. I'm the Denver Broncos. Evan Ingram has gotten better each and every year, but if I have the opportunity to get one of these tight ends, and the tight end room isn't that deep behind him, you have Adam Troutman who's there. You have Lucas Kroll from Pitt who's there. I'm taking Colston Loveland because Colston Loveland is basically a big slot, insanely athletic, runs through arm tackles, and I don't know that Evan Ingram is going to be what he was for a blip on the radar in Jacksonville after I think.
Well, and Evan Ingram, by the way, his yards per catch went down way down last year, so that's always a red flag when you start looking at those guys.
Yeah, single digits.
Yeah, what was it, 6.5 or something?
Who was throwing him the ball in Jacksonville?
It matters though. It's not the same guy. You get old. B-Mac, we're all old. I get old. You get old. We're all old.
No. Don't put that.
No, don't speak for yourself. Pete. I age like fine wine. Okay, I'm a bottle of Screaming Eagle.
Yeah.
All right, B-Mac. Steelers have Shedeur Sanders, and this is a spot that New Orleans Saints find themselves. You certainly aren't going to do anything crazy now, are you?
I think I'm going to do exactly what New Orleans would do in this pick. Of course, for everyone who just chiming in and watching us, we had a trade earlier. New Orleans made the move. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they moved from inside the top 10 to the 21st pick. And with this pick, I have the New Orleans Saints selecting Jaxson Dart as their quarterback of the future. When you look at what's going on with Carr, we don't know what his status is in terms of either being healthy or just wanting to be out of this organization sooner than later. So they clearly need to cut ties with that relationship and get ready for the future. I think they really, really high on Jaxson Dart. I believe the New Orleans Saints potentially could be higher on Jaxson Dart than they are on Shedeur Sanders, which led to them moving out of the top 10 to get to this particular spot to get their quarterback of the future.
Pete, grade that pick.
I don't love Jaxson Dart, but I get it. If you don't have a quarterback, you got to try to fix it. But I would love to know the answer to this question. Where the hell does Derek Carr think he's going to play?
He's hurt.
He wants out of New Orleans. If he wants to get out of New Orleans, where's he going? Where's he playing? Is there a long line of teams that want Derek Carr?
No,
I don't think so.
And to your point, to your question, Pete, why would he want to get out of New Orleans? Right. It doesn't make any sense for me.
I mean, just sit there and cash your checks. You're rolling in dough.
Rick H. By the way, Rick H. Town in the chat says this feels like a Kenny Pickett selection. And look, Jaxson Dart's a good kid. I don't know if we want to put Kenny Pickett on him, but I think he's more a second-round pick than a first-round pick. You agree with that, Pete? Okay, next up, pick 22. Rand, you are the LA Chargers.
LA Chargers, I feel like they need help up front on the defensive side of the ball. And if you know a Jim Harbaugh system, everywhere he's been, they got this O-line solidified, right? They addressed that early. They got that solidified. Now let's go on the other side of the ball. You only have 5 defensive linemen on your current roster. 3 of those guys will be UFAs following the season, and one of the other guys is also your starting fullback. So here I'm taking one of Jim Harbaugh's former players, Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan. right here. I think this will be a really good pick for them to have a big man that's athletic, is more athletic than you think, but he's also powerful and can hold gaps. And I think he'll really help to start to solidify that front for the Chargers. So I'm taking Kenneth Grant right here.
Love it. Even with a tight end on the board, Kenneth Grant makes a ton of sense. Pete, you're Green Bay at 23. I keep hearing they need wide receiver help, even though every wide receiver in that team is 25 and good. So what are we doing?
Well, you also got guys coming off injuries. Christian Watson coming off an injury. You have Romeo Doubs coming off concussions too. Remember, at the end of last year, he had 2 of them. So you're concerned about the wide receiver position. Look, you know how.
Here, let me interrupt you real quick though. Someone in the chat, Rick, says Packers are going to draft Will Johnson, Luther Burden, or Donovan Ezeiruaku. Do you agree with any of those names?
In fact, I'm leaning toward one of them. I'm going to take Will Johnson in the spot because I think Alexander's on his way out the door maybe before the draft or after the draft.
Yep.
They need to get a corner. I think Johnson would make sense here. I'm worried about the 40 time. Why do you keep waving that off? He won't run.
He played fast in 2023 when he was healthy.
Pete, that he ran 4.7.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
Run 4.7.
I'm right there with you.
Why won't you run?
And also too, Pete, the thing about Will Johnson, he finished the season injury with an injury, and he had a toe ailment, right? Wasn't it a toe?
Yeah, he's a very instinctive player. He's got great ball skills. I love what he can do, but I'm worried about the 40 time. Having said that, I would take him in the spot.
All right. Next up, pick 23, the Minnesota Vikings, and I'm not gonna overthink. I'm not gonna let you get in my head, Pete. I'm taking Nick Emmanwori, the safety out of South Carolina. I was taking Malaki Starks here. I like Emmanwori a little bit better in B-flow system, just coming downhill, smacking people in the mouth. B-Mac agrees.
I love it. Now, the issue that I have with this fit for Minnesota, Nick and Harrison are kind of the same like players. They love to play around the line of scrimmage. Remember with Cam Bynum and Harrison, they can coexist because Cam was always commanding the post. That allowed Harrison, the hitman, just to kind of be around the ball. So let's see how this could work out with these 2 players. But clearly, it's safe to say Harrison Smith could be his final year in Minnesota. So
it is his final year.
Yeah, could step right into his shoes into that system.
Yeah, but here's the other part of that equation, though, which is why Starks makes more sense. Metellus is the third safety. They play him a bunch, and he plays near the line of scrimmage too. He's like an extra.
You can play Nick deep though. You can play Nick in the deep half.
I think he's more of a up near the line of scrimmage safety. I'm with B-Mac on that.
All right. Well, that's fine. I don't care. Next up, pick 25. The Houston Texans are on the clock, B-Mac.
Houston. I got the whole entire board is open right here. Honestly, guys, Houston need wide receiver, need O-line help. They could get prepared for life after Joe Mixon. There's a lot I'm going to go with, but I'll go with give me Josh Simmons, offensive lineman from Ohio State.
Took Pete's guy.
That's my guy, man. He's
Yeah.
the best offensive lineman in this class. End of story.
Yeah,
Now,
give me
I know
Josh.
there's an injury and issues and everything else, but that kid is a freak.
Hey, Rand, let me ask you this. It's not an ACL. I think it's a patellar injury. What are the differences, concerns, severity when you talk about that for an offensive lineman?
I think you start to, obviously varying parts of the actual structure of the knee. But I think the big thing is what does the cartilage damage look like? Will that leave him bone on bone? Because if he leaves him bone on bone, then it's only it's only so long before those lateral compartments start to break down, and then we're talking about a big man that plays a position where you got close to 800, 900 pounds sometimes leaning on you at a given time. And so you really want to go in and dive deep and really see, how long the knee can hold up and whether there's still some cartilage left in there. If there's still some cartilage left and you're not worried about it, it should be fine, especially in this day and age with the way surgeries are. It was a time where an Achilles was a kiss of death or an ACL was a kiss of death. And now these guys are coming back at even faster rates. So it all really depends on the overall structure of the knee.
Okay. Love to hear it. Next up, your former team, the St. Louis/LA Rams, you're picking for them at 26, Rand.
Yeah. So this was a pick where, you guys forced me to jump off of my original pick because this would have been a really good landing spot for Jihaad Campbell as well, considering what they have here at the linebacker position. But then you have to switch and you have to adjust, and there are corners coming off the board, at all rates here. So I chose to go with Trey Amos, corner out of Ole Miss here for them because they really do need help at the corner position. They have a patchwork group with no solidified starter, and whom better to give a young corner that has a ton of talent than to give him to Aubrey Pleasant and let him do his thing and develop another young corner.
Pete, Baltimore Ravens at 27.
I need a pass rusher. What do they do? Because I have three pass rushers with expiring contracts at the end of the season. They need to get a young pass rusher. I'll take the kid from BC. I think he fits perfectly with what they want to do. They like the speed guys. They want to get those explosive guys off the edge. He's got that twitchiness about him. I'll take him for the Baltimore Ravens.
Donovan Ezeiruaku out of BC. And Randy and I have talked about him on the podcast. Early in the season, I thought he wasn't very good against the run, and then he got better.
Got better against the run. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a Ravens type pick too. That's a Ravens type pick.
It absolutely is. All right, next up, Detroit Lions. It's Gray's able. Done. I don't need to overthink it. I'm going to say that a lot. He's going to come inside, play inside. He looks the part. He's nasty. Go ahead.
And it makes sense because he can play right guard now with Zeitler gone, and then when Ragnow retires, he can go play center.
Yeah,
so that works.
He's supposed to be a great locker room guy. Yada yada yada. All right, B-Mac, you're the Washington Commanders.
Oh, Washington got a lot going on. Oh, wait a minute. I'm Washington, right?
Yeah.
Give me. Is this guy still available? Hold on, I'm trying to look at this.
Who is it?
Yes.
Is Tyler Warren still available?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Give me, yeah. Let's go. Tyler Warren, Washington.
They would run that card up. They would run that card up in 2 seconds if he were still there.
I had to make sure. I'm like, did I miss something? But that's easy. Yeah, I mean, there's not a significant need, but clearly he would be the best player on the board available for the Commanders. And you add another weapon to a very, very talented offense led by Jaden Daniels. And whenever Zach Ertz decides to call it quits, you don't miss a beat. So, yeah, Tyler Warren, Washington.
Rand, you're pick 30 for Buffalo, but let me ask you this. They drafted Ben Sinnott last year in the second round at tight end. Does that influence your decision at all to take a first-round tight end this time around?
No, because at this point, when you're picking this far down, you're probably a little less targeted in terms of people that you're going after. And because all these people are flying around, B-Max making trades from 21 to 9, and the board is moving around and taking players off. So here you're probably looking at best player available.
Okay.
And also, too, remember what the Raiders did. They had Mayer in the second round the year before, and then when Brock Bowers was available, added him to the piece, and clearly that was the best decision they made. So if you're the Commanders, you're kind of looking at the same thing from the Raiders' perspective.
That's a good call, B-Mac. Marlo loves the pick, by the way, B-Mac. All right, you're the Buffalo Bills. Brandon Beane, what are you doing, Rand?
So Brandon Beane, if you're looking at their defense, they have some holes on defense that they need to fill up front. You can easily go D lineman if a guy was there that they really like. As well as corner. They've kind of had a revolving door at corner, but taking the best player available at a position of need that fits what Buffalo is, who Buffalo is, and I'm taking Malaki Starks, safety from Georgia here. I think he is the quintessential Buffalo Bill guy. We're talking about an instinctive guy that can control the back end. And right now you have Taylor Rapp and you have DeMar Hamlin as your starting safeties. And DeMar is only on a 1-year deal. And so, I think he would easily step in, fill a role, and may become a day one starter for Sean McDermott and his defense.
All right, Pete.
I have a question for you, Rand. With that pick, how close were you to adding a bigger body to the interior front for the defensive line? Because I, for one, feel like that's an issue for Buffalo, especially when you get to December and January football. The lack of size in the interior, always surfaces, especially now with Derrick Henry, being with the Baltimore Ravens. That's a team you got to potentially see. How close were you to adding an addition to the defensive front for the Bills?
No, absolutely. And that was one of my notes. And the player that I would have taken here, who I believe will be here in real time, Walter Nolen. I think, and he's not on the bigger side, but still another body in there that could be disruptive. Because if you look at their front right now, Daquan Jones is 34 years old, and he'll be a free agent at the end of the season. And then they signed Larry Ogunjobi, who's been a good, solid quality rotational player, but he's suspended for the first 6 games.
Yep.
So right now, you really don't have depth there. So I think in a perfect world, one of those defensive tackles, if they're there, they're coming off the board. But for the sake of our exercise and the players that were available and the other needs that they have, I thought this Malaki Starks pick lined up.
Isn't Harmon still on the board?
He is. Andy
From
Reid.
Oregon. Yeah.
Yeah. I would have considered him in that spot. But
I thought you were going to. I thought
No,
for the
but-
Chiefs at 31, you're going to take him. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I am going to take him for the Chiefs at 31. I'm going to take him right there in that spot.
See, I did that for you, Pete. I'm trying to
Okay,
set you
hey,
up
you know what?
and
You set
give
me
you
up
the
for-
assist.
hey, Grant, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I just dunked it. I think this kid. Look, do I think he's an elite defensive tackle? No. I think he's got a lot of talent and a lot of upside. I'll take Harmon in this spot.
All right. Well, you fell right into my trap as Howie Roseman. I'm taking James Pearce Jr. He's going to get 10 sacks next year, and that locker room is going to get him where he needs to be. So thank all you guys for playing along as Debo's Philadelphia Eagles are going to be defending champs next year, a year from now. All right.
They're the one team that can afford that, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's right. They have very few needs. All right. Thanks to my guy Rand. Thanks to my guy Pete and B-Mac. Just so you know, the Steelers trade up to 9 to get Shador. The Saints got Jackson.
Fired.
The Saints got Jaxson Dart at 21. And these guys are going to go eat some ice cream. And I got to hang around for 6 more rounds. And we'll do second round with a whole new group of handsome devils right after this. Oh, we're here. Look at that. Got Lige Doozable. Got Mike Renner with the biggest thermos I've ever seen. And we're waiting for wait for a guy, Coop Patagna here. Hey, while we wait for Coop, Mike, I'll ask you first. I don't know how much you saw the first round. Any takeaways from what we've done so far?
Oh, I was gonna run in the card for James Pearce Jr. here, so a little sad because I got the Browns at 33. But I could not believe Derrick Harmon falling to 31. Oh my Lord, I couldn't believe Pete. I think Pete forgot about it.
I can believe it. I can believe. No, Tyler Warren going 29 is criminal.
And that one too. Yeah, those two.
That is crazy. And I got Coop Patagnas here from 247. Coop, good to see you, buddy.
And Pete,
how we doing, guys?
Kelvin
Good to
Banks
see you, man.
Thinking he's going to move to right tackle is asinine.
All right. I think that's our cue to get going. All right. Pick 33. That is Mr. Mike Renner. I snaked James Pearce Jr. from you at the end of the first round. That almost feels like it's going to happen if he's there for the Howie Rosemans. To recap quickly, they got Travis Hunter. So what do you want to do here, Mike?
Oh, see, I would have loved to take Luther Burden if they hadn't drafted Travis Hunter. I think I'm just going to go Josh Connerly here. I have him as top 25 player. You know, you don't necessarily need it right now, but with Jack Conklin's injury history, with the injury history of that entire offensive line at this point, he's just a guy that can fill in wherever needed.
All right, we're going to hopefully go faster than we went in the first round with Pete blabbing the whole time. But, Lige, I want to ask you, how do you – Connerly feels a little raw to me, athleticism through the roof, but 33, does that feel too rich, right? What do you think?
No. I would have took him at the back of the first because of the upside. Okay. This kid is extremely young. And when you watch that game versus Penn State, I felt like he had the best game versus the guy who some consider the best player in this draft, in Abdul Carter. So the upside's there. You saw the Senior Bowl, him kick over to the right side. I think he may even be able to play some guard as well. So I think that's a great pick for the Cleveland Browns.
All right. I stand corrected. Next up, the New York Giants at 34. And they took Abdul Carter at the top of the first here with GM Pete Prisco. How about that, Lige? You're Pete's assistant GM, so you get to make the pick in the second round.
I do, and they need a quarterback in the worst way. I'm going to go Kyle McCord here. To me,
let's go
behind Shador Sanders. I think he processes better than any other quarterback in this draft. Has almost like a Carson Palmer-like release throwing the ball, and I always like to see the mental makeup of quarterbacks. He went through a lot at Ohio State, and he was able to handle that adversity and lead Syracuse to double-digit wins this year. So I think from the neck up, he's a bright guy, a guy that can handle adversity, and they need a quarterback in the worst way because you cannot trot out Jameis and Russ there for the entire season and think you're going to hold on to your jobs next year.
So, Coop, his job 8 months of the year is just portal stuff. So number one, I'm guessing you weren't shocked a year ago or back in December 2023, I guess, when Kyle went to the portal. Where did you have him ranked then? And obviously, you probably raised your eyebrow like you did everyone else's.
I wasn't doing the portal rankings then. That's a good question. I got to go back and I got to see. But I know this is a big win for you. What we have, me and Rick talked about Kyle McCord as a day 3 guy. And Lejay got him one of the first picks in the second round. You know, he's moving up the boards, man.
Yeah, the arrow is pointing up. His, it feels like, not to dump on Quinn Ewers, but Quinn has battled injuries, and he was a first-round pick 2 years ago, and now Kyle McCord, here's this name called, at least in the 7th round mock draft before Quinn. We'll see where that works out. All right, Coop, Tennessee Titans, and they got Cam Ward, so that's a great start. And by the way, guys, just so you know, the man responsible for Cam Ward going to the University of Miami, you're looking at him, Coop Pataki.
I don't know about that. I'm with Mike here. I'm fascinated in Luther Burden, right? What are you giving your young quarterback? But at the same time, I'm looking at a top 10 talent in Shamar Stewart still on the board. And I like the way that it kind of shook out. And I think Tennessee, they need some pass rush. I like this kid. I like him even more at this spot. I think this is great value. So you got your franchise quarterback. What this could be, we'll see. Only a sack and a half last season, but I love the upside here. I'm going to go Shamar Stewart.
Hey, Lejay, 1.5 sacks last year. Get off the bus, looks apart, but how do you make that next step?
Yeah, so Rod, we had the pleasure of talking to him at the combine, and that was actually one of my questions, because when you turn on the tape, he constantly gets pressure. He just doesn't finish at the quarterback. He plays extremely hard, is explosive. You see all the tangibles and everything. I think it's a mental block, right? Because you can't really coach a guy to finish. Like, finishing is effort, right? And he doesn't have a lack of effort when you watch the tape. So to me, I think it's a mental block. Hopefully he can get over it because he can affect the quarterback and he plays extremely hard. But this is where I would take him in the second round because of the traits. I would not take him in the first round, though.
I do think that's a thing, though, that doesn't necessarily change. You rarely see change from college to the NFL. It's like kind of like tackling. Yeah. You rarely see a guy become a terrible tackler into Bobby Wagner, right? Like it's the finishing plays is kind of it's like a combination of like coordination, balance, a few other traits that just like you don't necessarily see on his tape much.
Yeah, fair enough. Hoop, you're back on the clock. You're the Jacksonville Jaguars. You got Mason Graham in round 1.
Yeah, they got a couple needs here: cornerback, offensive line. I talked to some people in the league. They said keep an eye on running back. So obviously, new regime there. Liam Cohen. I'm going Trevion Henderson here out of Ohio State.
Love it.
Wow.
Oh wait, Omarion Hampton's still there too. He takes.
I was about to say he's still on the board.
That's okay. That's why you're in the media, Lejay. You're not in the front office. We got that one wrong. No, I love Trey Henderson too, and I give that young man a lot of credit for understanding that Quinshawn was coming over, and he shared those carries, and obviously they won a national title. By the way, we each have 8 teams in case you were just tuning in. So we'll be picking for 8 teams each throughout the rounds 2 and 3, and you can hit the like button if you sort of like what you see. And Mike Renner, Las Vegas Raiders. They have Ted McMillan at 6. There was some pushback in the comments from that because Ashton Jeanty was a popular choice here. Omarion Hampton's there. So here's the question I posed in the first round. Would you rather have Ashton Jeanty and Jaden Higgins, which was a suggestion, or would you rather have, in this case, T-Mac and Omarion Hampton?
I would rather have T-Mac and Luther Burden. That's where I'm going. Give me an elite
2
receivers.
Core.
Why not? You need multiple. You have Jacoby Myers in that receiving core. It's one of the worst. It's probably the worst receiving core in the NFL right now.
But you got Brock Bowers.
I don't see them. I mean, do you want 3 receivers and Brock Bowers for Geno Smith? We can get a running back in the 3rd in this class. I like Omarion Hampton. I do. I with the way the board's shaking out, the running back position, I'm probably going to get a Dylan Sampson in the 3rd or a Quinshon Judkins in the 3rd, and I'm happy as heck with that. I think this running back class is so deep. There isn't going to be a guy in the 3rd round that's like Luther Burden.
Stephen W. says Renner ain't scared. True that. I actually like this, man. And by the way, Eugene Cyril Smith III, he's going to be dealing, and I get it.
Yeah, he will with that.
Yeah. But since I'm picking for the Patriots, guess who's the real winner here? Drake May, because I'm picking Omarion Hampton, and I'm sprinting up to the podium to turn his name in. Will Campbell, Omarion Hampton. Hey, Lejay, that feels like best case scenario for Patriots fans, right?
Without a doubt, right? There's some concerns with their running backs. Ramondre Stevenson struggles with fumbles, right? And so you get a guy like Amari Hampton, who a lot of people have a first-round grade on. You got a defensive-minded coach in Vrabel coming in. He's going to want to establish the run to shrink the clock down and play good defense and also take some of that pressure off that young quarterback.
Yeah, I love it. All right, Renner, you're back on the board. You caught your breath there after two wide receivers. Chicago Bears, they have Ashton Jeanty at pick 10, which is crazy on some level. But what do you want to do here for Ben Johnson?
Let's see. Let's go. Obviously, with Jaquan Brisker and the concussions last year.
And by the way, just quickly, if you need to sort by position, Striker can hook you up there too.
I'm going to go Kevin Winston Jr. I love his game. I thought if he played this year, he would have been a first-round safety. It wasn't a fully torn ACL. It was only a partially torn ACL. He's got all the traits you could want. He's physical as can be. Just a hard-nosed run defender to put at the safety position. If you have him and Jaquan Brisker, if Jaquan Brisker's back healthy, those guys are quite the Penn State duo.
Love it. All right, Coop, you're up for your New Orleans Saints. You quit him at one point. I hope to think you're back on the bandwagon with Kellen Moore. What are you doing for the Saints?
I am with Kellen Moore. Front office remains to be seen. We got to get some offensive line help. I think that's kind of where I go. You know, where is
Hey, Coop, sorry to interrupt you. Just to remind folks, Jaxson Dart in a trade down, if you guys missed it, from 9 to 21. Yeah. The Saints get Jaxson Dart in the first-round pick and a third-round pick in next year's draft to make our lives easier. But go ahead. Sorry.
I don't love my options here. I think there's another need. They need to tackle. I think they're really kind of in the tight end market as well. And I think Tyler Warren, they pick at 9. We'll see what they do with quarterback, obviously with the Derek Carr thing going on. I'm going to actually go Mason Taylor here.
I love that pick, man. I love that pick. He is Renner, you're a Mason Taylor guy, am I correct?
No, I'm not. I'm actually the opposite.
I am a Mason Taylor guy. I remember talking about this at the combine.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, that was uncomfortable for Mason Taylor if he's watching, but
sorry, Mason.
You got a fan in Coop Patagna, and I think Mason's going to get a lot better too. So here's a question for you. Like, who in the betting markets? I don't pay attention to those. I think Renner, you have your sort of eye leaning that way. Like, who thinks Kevin Winston Jr. is going to go before Mason Taylor? I would imagine, just in terms of guys on the street. I think that's a pretty low percentage, isn't it? Probably.
I don't know. I think they're both kind of seen as midday 2 guys at this point. It's maybe a little early, but I think both are. I mean, they're both young guys, ascending athletes. We'll see.
All right, you're back on the clock with the Chicago Bears. Ashton Jeanty, you took Kevin Winston Jr. 2 picks ago, and back at 41.
Can I take a peek at what the defensive line looks like, or just both lines of scrimmage actually for them?
And while we do that, I'm going to read we did a quick poll, grade the Kyle McCord to the Giants at 34. 36%, that's the majority, or the plurality, I guess I should call it.
Get edge too.
Gave it a C, Lee J.
They gave y'all a C for the first round?
No, for your Kyle McCord pick at 34.
So
that's pretty good, Lee J.
30% gave it a B, though, so it's close.
A passing grade.
Well, honestly, I was hoping that Jaxson Dart was going to be there at the top of the second because that's where I would have went.
Well, the other thing is this. We don't know about these guys. And Kyle McCord, I will stand for him until the end of time. All right, what do we got, Mike?
Let's go Nick Scorton, the Texas A&M defensive end.
I like that.
Yeah. Was in most, like top 10s heading into the season. I believe he's either the second or third. Like he's one of the 3 youngest players in this draft class. I need to look up some exact numbers on that, but he's 20 years old. Won't turn 21 until the season. So obviously, I think the book on him was he played heavy this year, was not as effective as he was the year prior. But the guy is, we just watch him. You see heavy hands. You see a talented edge rusher who, not the elite athlete that you draft highly, but there's a path to him being a high-end player at the next level.
And I think you're right. I think he's dropped 10 pounds or so. And to your point, he's young. Montez Sweat needs some help at the other side. This is a fantastic pick. He's been going, I think you mentioned, going to these first-round mock drafts since September, it feels like. And there's a realistic chance he's there at 41. All right, dudes, you're picking for your New York Jets here. You got Kelvin Banks in round 1. What are you doing at pick 42?
So I go back and forth here. Could attack the interior of the defensive line, could attack the safety position. But I'm going to get Justin Fields a weapon. Jaden Higgins from Iowa State.
There he is.
I think he's going to pair perfectly with Garrett Wilson on the outside. He's a guy that can go up and get those contested 50-50 jump balls. He's a monster in the red zone. Ryan, 9 receiving touchdowns, all 9 were in the red zone this year. So you talk about instant offense in the red zone. And this is a guy at 6'4". It's rare to see guys that size be able to get in and out of their breaks like Jaden Higgins does. So I'm going to give Justin Fields and his offensive weapon with Jaden Higgins.
You've been on Jaden Higgins since the start. I'm not quite there yet, but look, it could happen. I don't think it's outside their own possibility. Him going 42, I feel a lot better about than Tyler Shuck going top 50, but I don't want to dump
taking an Iowa State receiver's job too. You hate to see it.
That's true.
Crime.
I didn't even think about that. Alan
Yeah.
Lazard's still there. Yeah.
Yeah, cyclone on cyclone crime. All right, you're back up at pick 43, Leger. You got San Francisco. And San Francisco, who'd they take in the first round? Thank you. They took Walter Nolen. Oh, at 11. All right, what are you doing?
Can you, Debo, can you show me edge guys, offensive tackles, and interior offensive line? You know what? I'm going. Show me corners too. You know what? I'm going to go Benjamin Morris here.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Hey.
Fluid athlete. They need another corner on the outside as well because they lost Travarius Ward in free agency. So this allows them to put Lenore back in the slot. They have Green on the outside. Now you put Benjamin Morris on the outside as well. And going back to last year, Ryan, you're talking about guys that were ranked high. A lot of people said this guy was going to go top 15 last year before the hip injury. That is probably the biggest concern with Benjamin Morris, but he's a fluid athlete, and he just never seems to be in a panic when in coverage. They need a third corner, and I think Benjamin Morris is the guy for San Fran.
Yeah, Mike and I were talking about him the other day on these team-by-team mock drafts, and the Ohio State game against Marvin Harrison Jr., I think that's all you really need to see. Mike, completely healthy, top 32?
Yes.
I don't push back on that. And I'll give Leger a hard time about Jaden Higgins, but he convinced me about this next young man for the Dallas Cowboys at 44. They took Jahdae Barron in the first round at 12. I'm taking Carson Schlesinger at 44.
Mike,
I had him on top of my board. I had him top of my board at 45.
Mike, what am I got, Carson? We're building from the back forward. Here we go. Carson Schlesinger out of UCLA.
You're robbing my board.
Former walk-on and one of Coop's buddies that's on staff at UCLA talked about how he was like they knew Carson was great a long time before the rest of us did, and now we're all going to find out together. All right, Snakes, you got the next pick. Mike, you're at the Indianapolis Colts at pick 45. They took Tyler Booker last
Booker
draft.
in the first. Can you just start scrolling down from this board and just see who we got here? Oh, man. I'm not getting super excited about any of these guys.
Not what you want to hear.
I mean, the Colts don't have a ton of needs, though.
Really feel
right? Like they I think hit their biggest need at guard in the first round. After that, they've done so much to this defense. That's why I was looking at linebacker. But after the top two, you can the rest of this linebacker class, you can take whatever. Like I'm not sure we get a starter, like a true high-end starter or like a long-time starter or the rest of this linebacker class. It's just not that good. So I think if I'm going to go with my Chris Ballard hat on here, I think I'm going to go Savone Revel from ECU.
Mm.
Nice.
He loves the traits, guys. And this is a freakishly long 6'8" wingspan. And now you got Juju Brents there. You got Charvarius Ward. You got some guys
long
there.
corners on that team.
You have a stable now of guys that can play on the outside after last year when it was completely barren.
Yeah. I like Savone Revel as well, but it is funny. You're going to have 15 feet of cornerbacks on the outside with him and Juju Brent. Leger, you were picking for the Atlanta Falcons, and Coop's coming up. He's got a couple picks back to back here. We didn't sequester him for he's not in the penalty box.
Not on.
Hey, I'll just say this. I don't know who you're going to pick here, but the fact that Emeka Buka is still there is pretty crazy.
It is, and I actually might take him out. The only thing is that I would put him in the slot, and they actually have a really good slot receiver already in Atlanta. Who did the Falcons take in the first round, Debo?
Mykel
Williams. So they took their edge guy already. Show me the corners that are available. I'm gonna take Ezeiruaku Thomas. Long corner, physical, guy that can man up and man coverage. That's where he lives at. People will talk about his 40-yard dash. He's one of the most physicalist corners in this draft. So you need a long, lanky corner on the outside to match up with some of those receivers in the NFC South. I think he makes a lot of sense as Ezeiruaku Thomas.
Okay. All right. So next up, Ezeiruaku Thomas, and next up, I'm the Arizona Cardinals at 47. I took Matthew Golden in the first round. There was some consternation about that from some fans. I think what I'm going to do here is take a guy that Thomas looked fast enough at the Senior Bowl. Stephen W. said, I thought at times he didn't look that fast, but he played fast on tape. So we'll see. For the Arizona Cardinals here, I was considering offensive line, but I think I'm going to take one of the guys who had the best Senior Bowls outside of Mike Green. I'm going to take Darius Alexander, Toledo. Defensive line.
I like that pick.
So
I like that pick a lot.
He is 25, but I don't care. I don't care about that. All right, finally,
not yet. In August, he will be.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to make him older than you. As an old person, I don't like when people make me older than I am already. All right, Coop is finally back. He's out of the penalty box. Coop, you're picking 48 for Miami and 49 for Cincinnati. The Dolphins took Armand Membou in round 1.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a huge need. This might be just a best player available type of pick here. I'm going to go with Igbuka, especially with everything going on with Tyreek Hill.
That's a good pick.
I just think this guy's a safety net. Love him out of the slot, tough, high floor, pros pro. So I like Igbuka there. I think that makes a lot of sense.
And next up, you are the Cincinnati Bengals, who have Mike Green, who obviously fills a need at edge rush with Trey Hendrickson's situation in limbo.
Yeah, this is interesting spot here. I tell you this, I love the Chris Paul kid out of Ole Miss.
Ooh, baby.
And I feel like he's such an AFC North type of fit. That being said, I want to give him a shout out because I don't know if I'm going to get to talk about him again. I'm going to go with Andrew Makuba out of Texas.
Oh, I love Andrew.
Yeah, so I think Cincinnati got a needed safety there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you this, because I like him on day 2, but are you concerned about the size at all, Coop?
Not so far. I mean, not from what I've seen in terms of, what we've seen over college, Clemson, Texas. It's been a high-level player and a guy that started as a freshman, right? So just in terms of the production, what we've seen at the highest levels, I got to be honest, been a little distracted with the portal, so I haven't been diving deep into the tape on Andrew Makuba, but good value here in the second.
He had a great season and super smart kid for sure. All right, Mike, you're the Seattle Seahawks. And who did Seattle take in the first round, striker? Jihaad Campbell. Ooh-wee.
Jihaad Campbell. Woo. So that was probably that their biggest need. They have a need at corner too. Not sure I love the corners at this point in time. I'm going to go Donovan Jackson, though. He's going to kick back inside at guard. Throw him in at left guard here at pick 50. They got pick 52 too. We can maybe hit corner there, or I actually have another guy in mind. Hopefully he doesn't go to the Broncos here.
Who is that guy? Just out of curiosity. I want to do anything with it. Who is the guy?
You'll see at pick 52.
I keep saying on the podcast with Rand that I forced myself to rewatch Draft Day just for the sheer silliness of it, and I sound like the Jaguars GM on not the real Jaguars GM, but the one on the movie where he didn't know what to do with pick 6 or whatever. So I had to ask Mike for advice. All right, next up, the Denver Broncos. I had them taking, if I recall correctly, Colston Loveland because both tight ends were still there, even though they have Evan Ingram. So let's see. Who is my top running back? Hit the running backs button for me, Striker. I'm a running back guy here. Okay. I'm taking Quinshon Judkins here, and I feel pretty good about it. Give him a big back opposite Jaleel, and sort of something with the head Javonte Williams before he got hurt. All right, next up, Mike, you were back on the clock for Seattle.
Perfect.
Who'd you got?
You did pick my guy. I'm going Kyle Williams, the Washington State wide receiver.
You could have told me that.
They have a receiving core that consists of a couple of 4-6ers in Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith-Njigba. They see some speed, right? You run the risk of, it got MVS too, but let's be real. MVS at this point in time ain't striking fear in too many guys. So Sam Darnold's like, what did he do last year? Threw down the football field. You need a deep threat. So Kyle Williams, one of, if not the best deep threat in this class.
All right, back-to-back picks, LD. You have Tampa Bay and you have Green Bay. Tampa took Max Hairston, which was a Pete Prisco pick there. So what are you going to do in round 2?
You know what? I was going to tell Debo to bring down the edge, but I don't even need to. Give me JT, man. Tui Mola, wow. They need another edge guy. Now, they did sign Hassan Reddick, right? And they have Yaya Diaby, but I've been in Todd Bowles' system. He needs at least 3 guys that can move around. So Yaya Diaby and I believe JT can kind of play that joker spinner role on third down more specifically to get after the quarterback.
All right, and you're the Green Bay Packers here, and I'll get Mike's thoughts as a Packers fan. What do you think of Will Johnson in round 1?
Will Johnson, I'm very happy.
Okay, good. Because there's concerns about the speed.
Yeah.
All right, what are you doing in round
Debo,
2 to make Mike happy?
I was going to say go to edge, Debo. See who's left. Oh, you know who I'm going with right here, right? Give me Femi Oladejo.
What are we doing?
This is a guy, when you look at Abdul Carter, right? I think behind him, he has the highest upside at edge because he only played 1 year on the edge. Right. He was the off-ball linebacker. And then at the Senior Bowl, me, Mike, and Ryan were there. He put on a pass rush display. Like he literally lined up and down the line of scrimmage. He rushed inside. He rushed outside. And then he did linebacker drills as well. So this guy can do multiple things for your defense. So I don't even think he's close to what his ceiling is going to be.
Could not agree more. Mike, you have back-to-back picks. You are the Chargers at 55. They took Kenneth Grant in round 1. Mike's in the chat, by the way. The board's just following that way. Love it.
And the board felt great here for me with the Chargers. I'm going to go Braden Swinson, the LSU defensive end. It's 60 pressures this past season. I think he trailed only on his pass rushing win rate in true pass sets, trailed only Abdul Carter in college football. That's good. That's good company to be in.
So the Chargers got Grant and now they have an edge rusher. Yeah, absolutely. All right, and the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. They got Malaki Starks at the bottom of round 1 somehow.
Back on the clock with the Bills. Excuse me. All right, so got Malaki Starks. Let's see how the board. Like the Bills are such a weird team. They have so much depth and they have so many picks that I would hope they'd trade up in this draft to go target some players. I think defensive lines where I'm looking though for them just to add more names is the guy we keep picking for them, Ryan. And is Alfred Collins on the board here?
Oh, my guy Alfred, come on, he's there.
This feels like Alfred Collins territory. And let's go Tyreek Williams. Actually, I have Tyreek Williams higher. No. Sorry to do it. The name popped out there.
That's okay.
Tyreek for the Bills.
Yeah, I said oh no because I was thinking for Tyreek for Carolina, who picks next here, but that's okay. I'm all I got this. Don't worry about it. I seem nervous, but I'm really not.
You got this.
I got this. Trust me. Famous last words. All right, let's go. I think I'm gonna take Landon Jackson here. Get some edge rush help in Carolina. Got Jaylen Walker, and you can move him around. He can play on the edge, but I like Landon Jackson. We're gonna do the Mike Renner doubling up at positions, but this time edge rush, off ball for Jaylen Walker. Jaylen Walker. So Landon Jackson. Next up, Coop, you are the Houston Texans.
Yeah, we'll see. Just in terms of how this one falls, I'm going to go with Isaiah Bond here. I like this kid a lot. I think he's very dynamic. Obviously, you got everything happening off the field right now, so that's kind of wait and see mode. But this is a guy, just knowing what I know about him coming out of high school, I think there's so much more untapped potential of what he can be on the Sunday level. I think he's going to be a lot better pro than what he showed both at Alabama and Texas. I don't think, we got the full nut out of him. So I like Isaiah Bond here in Houston.
I think you were only competing with the Bengals for his talents here before day 3.
Trey Scott says in the chat, controversial, but so much speed. And look, we don't know all the off-field stuff. I mean, we know some of them, but we're just sort of focusing on the on-field productivity. And when I went back and watched Bond, because we talked a lot about Matthew Golden, when Bond was healthy, he was actually electric. But there's going to be some issues, and could be a Jermaine Burton situation. To Mike's point about how and where he ends up, but on the field, He feels like a sort of a Tank Dell type player and what he can do, but we'll see about the off-field stuff. Pick 59. They took their guy. The Ravens did, Lige, Donovan Ezeiruaku in round 1. What do you want to do in round 2?
In Ravens fashion, I'm going to stay in the trenches, but I'm going to go on the offensive side. Jonah Savania, offensive tackle from Arizona. You're going to move him inside the guard.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike, I got you, brother.
Good pick. No, it's a good
That's
pick.
a Ravens pick all the way, man.
Yep.
This guy's going to move inside. He's going to be a people mover.
All right. Good for you. Next up, Detroit Lions. Luckily, we got our guy in Gray Zabel in the first round, so I don't have to worry about you messing up my draft. Next up, you know what's funny? In my 3-round mock draft, Femi Oladeja was here, but you took him unceremoniously. So let's look at defensive line real quick here. Let me see who I want to take. Oh, you know who it feels like a guy? You know what I'm going to take?
Do it.
Yeah, he gets some Lee McNeil vibes from me. CJ West. Come on down.
Ooh. I'm not mad at that pick.
I like CJ West.
Thought you would maybe attack the edge there, though.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but we're gonna attack through the middle. We'll get the edge in a second here. All right, Coop, you are the Washington Commanders. They somehow got Tyler Warren hanging out there at the bottom of the first round. So good luck topping that pick, Coop.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep adding for Jaden Daniels here. I'm gonna go Dante Thornton Jr. Just watching him again today, I thought the tape really
Ryan
popped.
loves this kid, yo.
Guy that I was familiar with. We recruited at Oregon. Dynamic, hands are a little bit up and down at times, but just in terms of verticality and the speed, he's an explosive, dynamic kid. So,
and I thought his hands were better this year than they had been previously. And we've talked about him, both Mike and Lige. He ain't 185. He's every bit of 200 pounds.
He's a big.
No, he's a big dude. Well, I actually like that pick too, Coop, because they lost De'Ami Brown, who was their down the field threat. They did bring in Debo, but he's more of a gadget guy. So now you get Dante Thornton, who could really, blow the top off the defense.
Dante Thornton is why I think, and I maintain that Matthew Golden's 4.29 is fake. Because when you watch Dante Thornton run, you're like, that guy is fast. Like that guy can. When you watch Matthew Golden run, you're like, at no point are you like, whoa. And when you watch Dante Thornton run, you're like, whoa. That guy, when he gets up to top speed, it is freaky stuff.
Matthew Golden just minding his own business, and Mike's questioning that 4.29.
You're taking shots at my guy.
Theorist over here.
All right, Mike, you are the Buffalo Bills. You have Malaki Starks and Tyleik Williams. You're picking at the bottom of round 2 here. Excuse me.
Can I take a look at corner and offensive line? I think that's where I'm most interested in for this Bills team at the moment. All right. Oof. Ooh, you know who let's go. Yeah, let's go corner. Let's go Darren Porter. At this point in time, we can take a big swing on a guy's freaky athlete because they don't have between Tron Johnson, Christian Benford, they don't have that high-end man corner, right? They don't have traits. Darren Porter has traits. So we'll take a swing. You got to guard guys like Xavier Worthy. You got to guard Zay Flowers to get to the Super Bowl. Let's get a Darren Porter to do so.
Yep, former wide receiver. Needs to get better as a tackler, but I think he's just sort of learning that position, and the athleticism is through the roof bonkers. What I'm hearing, Lige, is that he runs as fast as Mike thinks he runs. He's none of those fake times with Darren Porter.
Yes, he's a real force.
All right, 63. You're the Kansas City Chiefs, Lige. And they took Derrick Harmon at the end of round 1. Sorry.
Yeah. Give me cornerback and offensive tackle. You know what's crazy? Me and Ryan had this discussion the other day, and we were saying literally halfway through round 2, maybe early round 3, there's going to be a big drop-off with corners. So they may actually go like a lot higher than people think they will go.
Mm-hmm. Gets thin. I agree.
I'm going to go Ozzie Trapilo from Boston College.
Okay.
They've had issues at both of their tackle positions. They brought in Jaylen Moore from the 49ers, but they still have struggled at the right tackle with Jawan Taylor. So I think Trapilo is a guy that could play potentially or even compete with him to play this year at right tackle.
Love it.
I kind of got Andrews Pete vibes there.
Oh, that's a good call.
Really?
I mean,
I worry
tackle guard,
about he doesn't really
you know?
bend, Coop. That's my issue.
He's
right?
so
Because
high
he is
cut. Like
6'6".
he's 6'8".
Yeah, he's 6'6". Yeah, like or he's 6'8". Yeah.
Well, you just took him in
I
the second
worry
round.
about him. Oh, you talking about Trapillo? I'm talking about Ariante.
Oh no,
No.
he said Andres Pete.
Andres Pete.
Oh, okay.
I was comparing Pete to the tackle from BC. That's what we were talking about, right?
I got
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I got
You got
you.
it. I was going to say, LD's calling out his guy he just drafted. I said, that's a bold move.
No, I thought he was talking about Ariante.
Love that big stiff guy I just took in the second round.
Ursery is still out there, though, to your point. Here we go. James Pearce Jr. fell to the Howie Roseman Eagles at 32. Xavier Watts. Don't overthink it. Mike's guy, Notre Dame.
Howie
Great
Roseman
pick.
does it again.
Safety.
Howie
the end of
Roseman
round
does it
2.
again.
Oh, look at that. David Lewis. I heard you. I was looking at Latham Ransom as well. He said in this mock Eagles should get Xavier Watts or Latham Ransom. Only spot they actually need a starter. And you ask for it, you get it. The Fighting Mike Renters send
The Fighting Mike Renters.
Xavier Watts to the Fighting Howie Rosemans.
You just
All right,
call
so
me
that's round-
Irish?
Huh?
You just call me Irish?
No, you're the Notre Dame. You're the Notre Dame face Notre Dame on this podcast. Round 2 in the books. A little quick recap here. At the top, Josh Connerly Jr. Mike did that. LD loved it. Kyle McCord, I can't not laugh every time I see that. Goes to the Giants. That is Crazy Town, USA. Coop takes Trey Henderson over Marion Hampton to the Jacksonville Jaguars at pick 36. Down for the New York Jets, LD takes Jaden Higgins. And this is probably the spot where he comes off. Ben Morrison, the other Notre Dame guy, goes to San Francisco with the next pick from Ligier. I took him a guy, Carson Schlesinger, to the Dallas Cowboys at 44. Snake Renner on that one. Let's see. Oh, Renner took Kyle Williams at pick 52 to the Seattle Seahawks. And that very next pick, JTT to Tuimoloau goes to Tampa Bay. I love that pick as well. Coop takes Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, I feel like I'm already having buyer's remorse on that. Just
That's a saucy
based
pick.
off of
Oh,
58.
they can't have that, Coop.
If he,
convicted in the player, the off-field stuff. I got to admit, my
Right.
team we're still digging in on the character here.
well, here's the thing, though. At pick 61, where he took Dante Thornton, and a lot of people watching this may not know Dante Thornton unless they're SEC/Vols fans. He's and this is not disrespectful. He feels like a poor man version of Brian Thomas Jr. in that if you want an inside fade for a touchdown, Dante Thornton is your guy. But he's legit. To quote Mike Renner, he is legit 4-3-0, and that's going to be fun. And then finally, Xavier Watts ends round 2. We got any questions, Debo Striker? Are we good to round 3? I'll take that as
good. It says
I guess
I'm
we're
on the
good to
clock
round
already.
Here we go. Ligier, you are up for the New York Football Giants, and you have to pick at pick 66 with the Kansas City Chiefs as well. So back-to-back. Abdul Carter, Kyle McCord went to the New York Giants. Some might argue Kyle McCord would have been here on this pick, but that ship has sailed. What are you doing?
I have a guy in mind, but just show me offensive tackle real quick. And interior O-line. No, I'm going with my guy. I'm going to Trey Harris here, Ole Miss receiver.
Nice.
They have a lot of short receivers with the Giants right now. This is a guy that can eat up zone coverage or man coverage. One of the most productive receivers last year. I think he only played 8 games and went over 1,000 yards. And it might have even been less than that. It might have been like 7 games. So very productive receiver. I think they need a bigger body receiver for the Giants.
By the way, before you make your next pick, just looking at my personal big board, LD, I have Ursery, Collins, Zay Frazier, Gunnar Helms, Jalen Royal still out there. And it just goes to show you that a lot of guys are going to fall, depending. It doesn't matter what your board is, but just something I noted there. All right, Kansas City Chiefs, Derrick Harmon and Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, I'm going to attack the offensive line again. I'm going to go Tate Ratledge right here.
Love me some Tate.
They lose, Tooney this offseason. I think Ratledge will compete this year to potentially start a guard.
In the confusion talking about Ozzie Trapillo a moment ago, are you under the hope that he's going to be able to play left tackle right away? Like, what's your plan with him?
Well, no, I think right tackle.
Okay. And Jawan Taylor,
just because Jawan Taylor's struggled there a lot. I think he's probably got his last opportunity this year to prove that he can turn it around. So I think Ozzie competes this year to potentially start at right tackle. And honestly, when you look at Taylor's contract, the Chiefs can come off it after this year.
okay, fair enough. All right, Mike, you're on back-to-back picks. The Browns at 67, and then the Raiders. Travis Hunter and Josh Connolly Jr. went to Cleveland in the first 2 rounds. Jamari Caldwell going in round 3, in the game can feel it.
Let's go Dylan Sampson.
I thought you were going to say Dylan Gabriel. I was about to jump.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, he's coming off the board here at some point. Don't worry.
Hey,
Dylan Sampson.
hold on, right? Is Quinshon Judkins still out there?
No, I took him. I took him to
Oh, okay, I was about to say
to the Patriots, I believe. Yeah, Dylan Sampson, running back out of Tennessee, before I cut Mike off. Yep.
I snaked myself here on the Raiders because I still want a running back for the Raiders. Who's the running back class look like for the Raiders after Sampson? But
why you look for that? Let me ask you this, Mike. I think I've asked this before, but just for people that haven't heard it, do you think Dylan Sampson's better than Jalen Wright?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes. All right, let's see. Raiders. Man. Cam Scatterville is my top back right now.
Ted McMillan and Luther Burden came in the first wide receiver draft. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go Scatterville. Let's do it.
I'm okay with that.
You got Raheem Mostert. You got your speed back, McCormick as well. Scatterville can be your short yardage back, RBBC.
I mean, the way they're putting together these offensive weapons, I feel like this might be. Is it crazy to say this might be a playoff team?
Raiders, their defense stinks.
Yeah, but Geno Smith,
their defense needs a lot of
their
help.
secondary stinks.
All right.
Tell us how you really feel.
All right.
I need to address the secondary. It's on me, but yeah.
You ever drafted wide receivers every pick, man? New England Patriots are on the clock. That's where your Quinshon Judkins went there. LD in the pick before in the first round, 4th overall, Will Campbell. New England. All right. Let's look at Let's look at wide receivers. So I love Ayuminor, I love Besh, but they're not exactly Dante Thornton in terms of helping stretch. Okay. You know where I'm going here, Mike Renner. Jalen Royals. Love him. Get the ball in his hands. Mike's making that face like he just found out.
Jalen Royals.
Oh, okay. You're okay with it? Yeah. Jalen Royals out of Utah State. And I think he has a chance. They throw him with the ball a lot close to the line of scrimmage and let him do his thing, but I think he can evolve into being a down the field guy more consistently too. So Jalen Royals, Utah State, going to the New England Patriots. Next up, Coop, you have back-to-back picks with the Jags and then your New Orleans Saints.
I'm going to go Emory Jones for the Jags, and I like him at guard. 3 years playing tackle, I think his upside. I mean, when we ranked him out of high school, we ranked him as an IOL, and then he started 3 years in the SEC at tackle. So I think even seeing him in the Senior Bowl, and then from, I think it was day 1 to day 2, making the transition from tackle to guard, I like his upside there. I think that's where he's going to be. So they need some help on the interior. I'm going to go Emory Jones.
And this feels like where he'll come off the board if he's moving inside. I have no issue with that at all. New Orleans Saints, they took Jaxson Dart in the trade down and then Mason Taylor.
I think right here, they got to take the tackle out of Minnesota. I think that's what it is. You got Trevor Penning, you got Talise Fuaga. They need to get the guard spot cleaned up. But just in terms of best available, you got Jaxson Dart in the first round. You got to find a way to protect him. So I'm going to go with our boy Irsay from Minnesota.
Mike, you're the Bears of 72. This feels almost not like a bargain, but like a pretty good scenario if Irsay's here, right?
For the Saints?
Yeah.
This is where I about see him going.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
My
Fair
guy
enough.
at 72 is
Yep,
one of
70
my guys in this tackle class.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, yep, your pick 72, Chicago Bears. Ashton Jeanty, Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State, and then Nick Scorton at 41, edge rusher.
Pretty good draft.
Yeah, I think I could go interior defensive line, but I love Charles Grant. I think he's a top 50 player for me. And I think he is the project tackle you want in this draft class. Now, they drafted the project tackle in the same range last year, but to me, Grant is so much better of a project tackle than Kieran Amagaji was. And shoot, if you have two good tackles, you have two good tackles. I don't think anyone's ever going to complain about having too many offensive tackles that are good. And I think, tackles more often than not can kick inside a guard if need be, easier than getting a guard to kick out to tackle. Just give me all those reasons. Give me Charles Grant.
Well, I'll tell you this: if nothing else, they're going to be the smartest team in the league. Got Yale and got William Mary there. So, yeah, Charles Grant. That's a Mike sneaking in on William Mary guys there. Pick 73, the New York Jets. Lige, Kelvin Banks, Jaden Higgins. What's next?
I have a guy in mind, but show me safeties real quick. Debo. Yeah, I think Ransom's more of a fourth-round guy for me. I'm going to go with the guy I put down already, Elijah Arroyo, the tight end from Miami.
Okay. Yeah.
The Jets
Great
need
athlete.
to be able to get a guy that can really attack vertically down the field. That's what he can do. I know a lot of people are concerned with his injury history, but he was healthy this year. And again, he gets down the seam. He's a mismatch for linebackers and safeties. So, Cole Kmet had a nice relationship with Justin Fields when he was in Chicago. I think he could build that with Elijah Arroyo.
Absolutely. Stephen W. says Charles Grant just needs to fix his pad level. And Mike, you've talked about this to death. I've talked about it a lot. He was 240 when he got to William Mary. He was 278. I just checked. He was 278 last summer. He's 310 at the combine. So he's got a long way, a lot of room for
put that weight on.
Put the
That's
weight
the
on.
Bernard Raymond track.
Yeah. Hopefully not the complete track. Hopefully there's a off ramp here. I like Bernard Raymond too. I'm not going to besmirch the young man. Jaylen Walker went in the first round to the Carolina Panthers, and I think Landon Jackson in round 2. They are pick 74. And let's see what we want to do for Carolina here. Let's look at wide receiver. Let me see how far down this road I want to go. Gosh. I might do this. I might pull a coup here and just blow all your minds with this pick.
Let's hear it.
I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah. I think I'm going to do it too.
Do it.
No, I'm not. I was going to take one coup guy. I'm going to take the other coup guy. I'm taking Jack Besh.
Oh.
He's Adam Thielen 2.0. A little bigger. I don't know if he's faster. Just in terms of the position he plays, nothing else. LD.
They're literally almost the same player.
So because I was thinking about, I'll let you in a little secret. I was thinking about my guy Tesla there, but if Jack Besh is there, I'm taking Jack Besh over Tesla. Although I love Tesla as well. All right, LD.
That's Ryan's guy. That's his darling of the draft.
That's right. 75. The San Francisco 49ers. They have Walter Nolen and Benjamin Morrison already drafted.
Yeah, I'm going to go Derrick Carter, the linebacker from Clemson. Obviously, have a void with Dre Greenlaw being gone. Love his instincts. He's athletic enough to cover out in space. So I think that's a really good pick and great value in the third round, getting him there.
All right. Picking 3 straight times here. So let's see how I can mess this up.
Let's see what you got, Ryan.
Yeah, Dallas Cowboys are up. They took Jahdae Barron in round 1, and then Carson Schlesinger. They're picking 76 here. And all right, is this where the wide receiver comes off the board that I want? I think the guy that makes the most sense if you're targeting wide receiver, and I am targeting wide receiver here. You know what? Let me see cornerback real quick, though. Sorry to flip the script on you. I just want to double check because as LD noted, there's a run on these guys, and they're running out right quick. Okay, I'm going to go corner here. No, I'm not. Sorry. I got ahead of myself.
Turn the card, Ryan.
I know. This is what happens when we do these
3,
right?
2, 1.
Alec Ayuminor. Thank you, Davis.
There we go.
I actually like that pick a lot.
So I'm going to give CD some help there for sure. All right, now the New England Patriots. I misspoke earlier. I said they had taken Quinshon. The Denver Broncos took Quinshon. They took Omari and Hampton, which you could easily argue that's even better news for Drake May. In round 2, got Jalen Royals. And earlier in this round, at pick 69, and then at pick 77. Man, we could go any number of directions we want to go here. So let's look at. Oh, I know who I'm taking. This is easy. I'm going to add some depth at corner, and I'm taking Noel Williams, Cal corner. I know they have Carlton Davis, but I want to, Christian Gonzalez battled the injuries. I want to make sure that we are all locked up in the secondary. What's that, Mike?
Set at corner. You're deep at corner.
Deep. Cowboys need a wide receiver and running back, Stephen W. I got you that wide receiver. Next up, the Arizona Cardinals are picking pick 78 here. Matthew Golden, Darius Alexander. Let's look at interior offensive line, see if any of my dudes are still there. I'm laughing because I see Mike's guy, Willie Lampkin. I can't take Willie Lampkin just yet.
He might come off the board soon. You'll see.
You think so, Mike?
I mean,
look,
I don't know.
As someone who's 5'10", I can make fun of short people, but Mike's going to have Willie Lampkin and Dylan Gabriel on the same team. I'm just going to call it now.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
You know what I'm going to do?
Shortest team in the NFL.
Nothing wrong being short. Scroll down a little bit because there might be some guys here that I have a little higher. Yeah, I like Miles Frazier. I'm taking Miles Frazier here, the LSU guard. I don't think this is too rich for him. Kick inside.
I agree, Ryan.
Thank you.
He's
Thank
a
you.
third-round guy for me all day.
Okay, good. Yeah, makes me feel better because I think he'll have a chance to start sooner rather than later. All right, Coop. Finally, I'm off the clock. Thank goodness. You're the Houston Texans here. See if you can improve on the Isaiah Bond pick. You got it, Josh Simmons, Isaiah Bond. Those are really good football players for sure.
Yeah, we're in the character business. I'm going to go with Omar Norman Lott here. Defensive tackle.
That's a great pick.
Yeah, pretty active kid.
It's me and Ryan's guy there.
They need to address the IDL. So looking for a little redemption for the Houston Texans out there for all the haters. Who we got next? I'm up next too, right?
Next up, I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up with myself. You have
Colts, I'm up.
Yep, Colts, and then Coop, you're on the clock for back-to-backs.
Let me see my tight ends. Ooh, my boys there, Ferguson and Fannin. I love them both. Let's see. Which one do I like better for the Colts? They got some just like big monsters. Like Mo Alley Cox and Jelani Woods are huge. Let's go with Fannin. Let's go a little bit of more of a move tight end. Guy who could be your detached Y sort of player. Harold Fannin, pick 80.
All right, Cincinnati's on the clock at 81. They have Mike Green and Andrew Makuba. You are on the clock, Coop, and then you picked again at 82.
Yeah, I wanted Chris Paul in the second. I thought about it. I went with Makuba. I'll get him here in the third. So I'll go Chris Paul, Cincinnati Bengals.
Chris Paul going to the Bengals. And then the Seattle Seahawks at 82. They have Jihaad Campbell, Donovan Jackson.
I'm going to go with your darling here. I'm going to go with Tesla out of Arkansas. I think this guy's kind of built to play in the AFC North. I love this kid. I thought the tape really popped, turning him on. Kind of separated himself a little bit. So I think third round value, really good for Pittsburgh here.
All right. Did I mess up, Mike? Was that your pick?
What I'm the Seahawks. What
okay.
I think our order might have been wrong. So it's actually Mike up here. And
okay.
We had it flipped on our sheet originally.
Don't do it,
it's
Mike.
Seahawks here, and then it'll be Steelers next.
Don't worry, I'm not
going Mike, you cannot
don't do
All
it.
right.
He's like, I'm taking Chris Paul right here.
Can I see the DTs real quick?
Oh, God. Damn you, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Give me Alfred Collins reuniting Texas DT, just beefing up front, rotational pieces. Alfred Collins.
All right. What are the so Alfred Collins went to the Seahawks, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, Alfred Collins. All right, here we go. Now we're back on track. So next up, the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is so embarrassing. They didn't have a second round pick because of DK. BMAC had him trading up in the first round to get Shedeur Sanders at 9. I don't hate that necessarily. So, Coop, are you picking for my Pittsburgh Steelers? Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with our boy from Arkansas.
All right. I'm okay with that, by the way, because you need someone to play the slot that's not crazy, and I love the idea of slot just being where it's supposed to be, and hopefully
he's a big slot too.
Big slot who can run, actually time well. Hillsdale transfer. All right, next up.
Ryan, who do you think wins that battle, Tesla or Austin in camp?
I think Calvin's going in the last year's deal. I'm laughing because Calvin's 5'8", and so they're two completely different players playing the same position.
Exactly.
Right? I think there's an opportunity for both of them to play, and we don't even know what George Pickens' future is going to be in Pittsburgh, if we're being completely honest.
True.
So we got to figure that out as well. All right, pick 84. Buccaneers.
I don't know how this guy, I don't know how this guy's still on the board. Give me TJ Sanders all day long here in the third round. Immense value. Guy that provides interior pass rush. I thought about maybe getting Omar Norman Lott, but Coop snaked me on that one. He also actually has a skill set that's kind of similar to Kalaji in Omar. So I think TJ Sanders, a little bit of a different body type, provides, depth on that defensive line and a guy that can help right away pass rushing on third down.
All right. Gotcha. We're back on track now. Pick 85, the Denver Broncos. They have Colston Loveland and Quinshon Judkins. And what does Denver want to do here? Let's look at cornerback again real quick, Striker, just to make sure, because we're going to burn through these cornerbacks as we get closer to the end of day. Ooh. I think scroll down a little bit to make sure I'm not missing anyone, Striker, because I think
there's our guy.
You know what's going to happen. And I know that some people don't have him rated quite as highly as I do, and I know LD likes him. I'd be interested in what you think, Mike. I'm picking Zay Frazier here at a USTA.
I have probably, I'm trying to think who I have. I have a few guys on that list higher than Zay, but
me and Mike's other guy is still on that list, and I can't believe he's on there still.
Yeah.
Oh, I see him. I'm not going to name names. All right, Mike, you're the Chargers at 86. They have Kenneth Grant, Braden Swinson. So it's all defense so far for the Jim Harbaughs.
Let's can I see the wide receiver room just real quick? I think it might be cooked, but I don't quite remember.
You got Noel still there.
Yeah, I do like Noel. I think he's redundant.
You already got a slot guy.
He's not seeing the field there, unfortunately for me. Let's go. I can't block though. I like Terrence Ferguson a lot, but he is not a blocker. And obviously in that offense, I don't know if they would want that.
There's another guy that can block that's still there.
When did I miss tight ends?
Oh, it's Ryan's guy. That's why he's smiling.
Did I miss the tight end?
Guy Gunner?
Gosh.
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh, Gunnar Helm.
Yeah.
This is just a touch early for me, but he does fit the bill. He's got good hands and ball skills. Gosh, I don't know where to go. You know what? Let me just go. Let's just go Terrence Ferguson. He's just the receiving ability is too good. The guy's gonna get open. Beef him up. We'll see.
All right. Gunnar Helm is going to put this clip on his wall because he is very angry at you. Green Bay at 87. Lee J. You got Will Johnson. You got Femi Oladejo.
Yeah. So I actually might attack corner here again because I just don't know what's going to happen with Jair Alexander. I mean, I haven't traded him yet, but a guy that me and Mike really love, Jacob Parrish. I think he's an upgrade over Kashawn Nixon in the slot. And Nixon's a heck of a return guy, but Jacob Parrish, I kind of liken him to DJ Reed, the aggression that he plays with at the line of scrimmage, the flexibility to go in the slot. I think he'd fit in really well with that Green Bay defense.
Mike is happy, so that's a good sign. All right, Coop, you are the Jacksonville Jaguars at 88. They have Mason Graham, Trey Henderson, and you got Emory Jones to help beef up the interior offensive line.
Let's go with Harold Fannin here.
I think Harold's off the board.
Harold's off.
Is he?
Yeah, I picked him.
Is he?
He went to the Colts.
I'm about to say, I know it was Mike.
You know me.
Golly. All right, well, let's pivot. Let's go with Tej Johnson, Oregon.
Love it.
Maybe a tad early, but
that's okay. 155, but no one can get their hands on him, so that's a win for him. So the Houston Texans are up. What they do previously, Striker? Right, they got Omar Norman Lott earlier in this round, then Isaiah Bond and Josh Simmons. What are you doing here, Coop?
Surveying my options currently.
All right. You got
I
10
that,
minutes.
Coop.
You got 10 minutes.
Oh man. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna stick kind of, maybe it's not BPA range, but I just think this type of size and it's a big swing here. I'm gonna go with Jaylen Walker out of Kentucky.
Oh gosh.
That's actually a really good place
That's a
for him. I
fantastic
think third
pick.
round. Yeah.
Because we all sleep on Dion, and I keep hearing that he had back issues last year, and that affected his play.
Why do I keep hearing these
I mean,
things right after I pick these guys?
No. He was
That's why he doesn't
2023.
have
He
the
was
pressure.
great. I just think that people slept on him last year because he didn't ball out. I love this pick. All right, Mike, you're the LA Rams at pick 90. Trey Amos has been their only previous pick.
Let's go back to the trenches in a very Rams fit. And we're going to go David Walker, the Central Arkansas defensive end.
Man.
6 foot
Yeah,
and a defensive line full of 6-footers.
that's
Do
true.
it.
There are a lot of 6-footers. All right, Leger, you're the Baltimore Ravens here at pick 91. Ezeiruaku and Savanaya are gone.
Yeah, so the Ravens have really struggled since Patrick Queen has left to find a guy that can constantly play to the level Roquan Smith has played at. You know, Trenton Simpson was in there, and he kind of got benched. They had Harrison come in and start. I'm going to go Kobe King from Penn State here, a physical linebacker I think fits right in with that culture.
I love Kobe King. I think he can play in space. Rand's not quite sold on that, so we'll see. And I think the shot you like to take at Kobe King, Mike, is that what his brother played last year may have turned some teams off.
What's that?
Kalen King's his brother.
Oh, yeah. Right.
He had a rough patch. But anyway, pick 92, Seahawks. Mike,
all right.
You were back.
Let me look at corner. They need corner at this point now. Leger took the last one that I really loved in this cornerback class. There may not be another top 100 guy. Did AZ Thomas get off the board yet?
Yep.
Mike, I took him early in the second.
Okay. I think Quincy Riley's next up on my board, but I don't know if he's necessarily an upgrade. I don't know if I have to go that route. Who have I taken already? Alfred Collins. I'm interested. What's the offensive line class look like? I might just add to that room because I think that's where some value still is. Ooh, okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go for them. I'm going to go Jared Wilson, the Georgia center.
Good call. Yeah.
I think he's probably the top true center in this class, I'd say, that played there last year. So, yeah, let's go him.
No, I love it. All right. 92. Coop, you're back. New Orleans Saints.
I'm going to go with Jadon Blue here.
Nice.
Yeah, I just think home run hitting ability, that room, we'll see what happens there. Kendre Miller hasn't panned out yet. Alvin Kamara, not too much more run. So taking a swing.
All right, Mike. Cleveland Browns at 94. Travis Hunter, Josh Connolly Jr., Dylan Sampson. They're building the team.
Let's go Jalen Milroe, quarterback.
I was going to throw your guy Tyler Shuck out there. You're taking Jalen?
We're going to go Jalen Milroe because we're going to run the rock with this offense, how it's currently set up.
What a big boy pick that was. Love it. All right. Leger, you're Kansas City.
Yeah, so I've gone back and forth with that. We've really attacked the trenches when it comes to Kansas City. This guy we kind of talked about earlier, and I think he could, I want to see be an heir apparent to Travis Kelce because he's a different skill set, but I'm going to go Gunnar Helm here because he can help you blocking in the run game. And I also think he could be a weapon for you down the seam. I know they got Noah Gray and they like him a lot, but I think you know what Noah Gray is at this point, right? I think this is a sweet spot right here for Gunnar Helm.
All right, fair enough. Let's see who the Eagles have taken so far here at pick 96. James Pearce Jr., Xavier Watts. Let's look at interior offensive line. I've got an idea of who I'm going to take here. Let's look at tackle, too, because I'm going to kick this guy inside, I think, early on. Oh, he's still there, too. I was thinking about Logan Brown, but I'm going to take Wyatt Milam. Kick him inside.
Love it. He's great.
I like that pick. Yeah.
And then the old Minnesota Vikings are up next at pick 97. And this will be their second pick because all the trades they did to get up for Dallas and JJ last year. Let's look at defensive line quickly. All right. I'm laughing because we got some Jamari Caldwell love early on to get him in here, but I think I'm going to go with Vernon Broughton, who I like just a little bit less than Alfred Collins. I think they're both early to mid day 2 guys, and to be here near the bottom, I'm all on board with that. Vernon Broughton out of Texas. Next up, it is Coop, and then Lige, and I'm going to, because I'm an old person, I'm going to take a quick break here, but you guys keep rolling, and Stryker and Debo can.
Well, hold on, Ryan. You're going to like this one. Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, yes. You stole his guy.
Mike's going to love that one.
You stole his guy. Oh, man.
Yeah, everybody knew it was happening.
Literally the shortest quarterback room. Zach Wilson, Dylan Gabriel, and Tua Tagovailoa.
I didn't know I was in the presence of a believer. It's always good to be in good company.
Goodness gracious.
All right, Lejay, you got Giants and 49ers. Well done. Well done. That's a perfect. I mean, that's the fit right there, right? The lefty to the short lefty behind the short lefty.
So, Giants, I want to attack the offensive line here. I'm going to go Anthony Belton from NC State. I think he actually has flexibility potentially to kick inside, but also Illuminor is on his last year of his deal. So you have a guy that can transition and become your starter at right tackle in the future. So I think Anthony Belton makes a lot of sense to the New York Football Giants. And I'm back up, right, with the 49ers. All right. All right, Debo, show me the D line. Well, I already know where I'm going. Shamar Turner right here.
Yeah.
He's one of my top defensive tackles in this draft. A physical presence on that defensive line. Chris Kasarik, he's going to love him because he plays extremely hard and he can affect the passer in the interior. So I'm going to go Shamar Turner right there.
All right, Rams up 101. I'm going back to type here. Aeneas Peebles, Virginia Tech. 2 6-foot defensive linemen in the 3rd round for the Rams.
Correct.
I love that pick.
It's what they do.
All right, I made it back just in time for my Detroit Lions to end round 3 here. Pick 102, Gray Zabel, CJ West with their first 2 picks. Let's look at safety real quick. See if they got any dudes left that I love. I'm taking this guy. I actually like him a lot. I thought he had a good Senior Bowl and a really good season. We haven't talked a lot about him just because we just haven't. Doesn't mean he's not a good player. I'm taking Jonas Sanker out of UVA, safety. All right.
That's the end of round 3, huh?
That's the end of round
available.
3. Who
there
is?
are. I mean, but it's going to be
available.
like that on draft day, honestly.
It will. Yeah.
Yeah. So, right. Good point. Princely McMillan's still out there. Caleb Johnson's still out there. The biggest fans of Jared Ivey.
Harvey's still out there. Good Lord.
Harvey is still out there. RJ Harvey. Josiah Stewart, who's a fun player. Stephen W. says Peebles is good, deserves that range. Mike Renner says Rams DL going to create havoc, baby. To recap round 3, Trey Harris started things off for Lige and the Giants. Then Tate Ratledge went to the Chiefs. I love that pick. Mike took his guy Dylan Sampson to the Browns in the very next pick. Running back Cam Scatterbo. Mike takes him to Las Vegas. Coop takes Ursery to hopefully solidify that offensive line in New Orleans.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And then Coop later takes Deion Walker at 89. I think that if Deion's healthy, that could end up being like a fantastic, mind-blowing pick.
Yeah.
2 quarterbacks going round 3. Cleveland takes Jalen Milroe. Tyler Shuck's still out there, by the way. He's going to be a day 3 guy in this mock draft. And then Coop pulls a Mike Renner and takes Dylan Gabriel before Mike Renner could take Dylan Gabriel to the Miami Dolphins, which makes a ton of sense there. And that is a wrap on day 2. Thanks to my guys, Mike Renner, Coop Patagna, Lige Duzable. They are graduating to the ice cream parlor. I got to stay here for day 3 action. And we're going to introduce some new
I think Mike
guys.
has one more round though, doesn't he?
I'm staying.
Oh, good. Mike's sticking around. All right, Coop, thank you.
Yep.
LD, thank
See
you.
Guys. Had fun.
We're introducing Josh
you
Edwards. Emery's got his Raging Cajuns
Oh,
hat on.
Lord,
Exactly.
look at Emory. Good
GM,
Lord, look at
GM,
Emory.
let's go. GM, let's go. Let's pick some picks.
Oh goodness! All right, guys.
All right, and are we waiting for okay, we're good. Gotcha. I'm up to date now. All right, here we go. Day 3. First up, Josh Edwards, picking for the Tennessee Titans. And by the way, if I say the wrong player, wrong person to the wrong team, just let me know because I'm going off a hard copy. So I may have gotten it wrong as we get further into this process here, but I think this is right. Let me know if I'm wrong, Josh. But Tennessee Titans, they have Cam Ward, Shamar Stewart, and now they're picking 103 in round 4. The first words out of your mouth are going to be what, Josh?
Jaylen Noel, the wide receiver from Iowa State. Let's go give Cam Ward another pass catcher in that room. You've got, of course, Calvin Ridley. I can't believe this guy's still available. That's going to be my first pick.
All right. I love it. Next up, Mike, Cleveland Browns, pick 104, Travis Hunter, Josh Connerly, Dylan Sampson. And you just took Jalen Milroe, which I'm sure makes Emery very angry. He thought he was going to get Jalen Milroe in round 4. Ain't happening. What are you doing here?
Let's go. Is Marcus Bowe still on the board? No one's drafted him, right? Yeah, let's go Marcus Bowe. I think with the way this offensive line played last year, with all the injuries they had, let's just stack up depth. With what I've done, you now have like backups at every single position that are capable. You have a nice depth chart there for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, Purdue played outside, kicks inside, probably almost rolling to the next level. All right, Emery, you're on the clock. You are the New York Giants. They have Abdul Carter. LD took Kyle McCord at the top of the second. Let's go. Trey Harris and then Anthony Belton. Offensive line. Watch your mouth. What are you doing for the Giants at 105?
Well, we're going to fix that QB issue later on in the draft with a guy that I feel like could compete and better the room. So, wow, they went Abdul Carter and yikes. All right, let's see how we can help the Giants. I love the fact that they got a bigger-ish wide receiver. Let's go D-line.
Emery just rolls into the draft room on day 3, flapping his gums, talking about the terrible job the GM did. That's a bold move, Emery.
Well, we gotta clean up the mess. We gotta clean up the mess, man. This is where teams are made in day 3. This is a day 3 league, to be honest.
It's like Mayock coming in after Gruden had the first round.
Yeah, for real.
Right. Oh my God. As much as people love to hate on Shedeur Sanders, if people are hating on Shedeur Sanders, I know they watch 2 games in particular. They watch BYU and they watch Nebraska, which means they're very familiar with Ty Robinson. Give me Ty Robinson up front. I think he adds the beef to that defensive line. He could play the 5 technique, and when you think about what they need next to someone like Dexter Lawrence, they need someone that can not only hold the line of scrimmage, but also apply pressure. I think he could be a very good one-gap penetrator. I like Robinson for that defensive front.
Yeah, that's funny because in these 7-round mock drafts, I know Mike and I have had him going frequently just because I think he's undervalued in terms of how we're viewing him in the media anyway. All right, let's see here. We're just checking off boxes here. Let's look at offensive tackle again, striker. And if there's a guy here, I'm just gonna keep drafting the Mike Renner approach too. And I think this is a guy. Okay, you know what I'm taking here? Cameron Williams feels like a clear choice in that he's a good athlete, but I think I like Logan Brown a little more in terms of being ready to start right away. I'm taking Logan Brown out of Kansas to add to that offensive tackle room in New England. Come on down, Logan Brown. Jacksonville Jaguars. I believe that's you, Josh. Yep. Jacksonville Jaguars. So it is you. I apologize. 107. They have Mason Graham, Trey Henderson, Emory Jones, and Tez Johnson.
Who do they have? Can you go to the safeties, please? Who's still out there?
Slim Pickens.
Slim Pickens. You know what? Let's go Billy Bowman here from Oklahoma.
Undersized, but he timed extremely well. All right, Mike, you're the Las Vegas Raiders here at pick 108. Last pick you had him taken was Cam Scadaboo, and they have 2 receivers prior to that. So this team is all about offense. I think you're muted.
Jamari Caldwell here, Oregon defensive tackle.
You didn't want to say defensive player. You muted yourself.
Yeah. I think, I can't believe he's still on the board, to be honest. Right next to Christian Wilkins, that's probably their biggest need as it stands right now. Secondary still a need, cornerback still a need, but they need a DT next Christian too.
All right, pick 109. Back to you, Mike. Buffalo Bills, Malaki Starks, Tyleek Williams, Darian Porter. Love that pick. And now in round 4.
Yeah, we're going to keep going defense. We're going to go Jared Ivey here. Get another edge rusher in that mix. A guy who's probably, I think he can make an impact right away. It may not have a high ceiling, but I think he can rush on third downs as well.
All right, Emory, New York Jets on the clock here. Pick 110. They have Kelvin Banks Jr., Jaden Higgins, and Elijah Arroyo was their last pick.
All right, let's look at that defensive tackle position. I know they brought in Derek Nottie, but let's see what we can stash around that side of the ball. All right, a little bit too rich. Go to safety. Seeing that we have a former, player that's coaching his old team. I know his dad, I feel like, was a teammate of his at A&M. Let's go R.J. Mickens, safety here for the Jets.
Okay, R.J. Mickens at the Shrine Bowl. Super smart kid. Had a really good season for Clemson.
One of 14 former NFL sons that are in this draft class. It's insane how many former player sons are in this class.
True that. Pick 111, Carolina Panthers. They've taken Jaylen Walker, Landon Jackson, Jack Besh, and I think I'm just going to double up on some edge rushers. Let's see edge rushers here, or triple up on edge rushers, depending on Jaylen Walker. And the defense just has to get better. There's so many dudes there. I feel like, can you take too many edge rushers? You can never have enough edge rushers. Is that too crazy?
Nah, you keep going.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Let me see, just for fun. Let's look at cornerbacks real quick, Striker. But I think I'm going to keep going edge. Yeah, I'm going to go edge. Let's go back to edge, and I'm going to take Kyle Kennard from South Carolina. I can't believe, Umemi still there. Kyle Kennard, the latest pick from this defensive end only draft for the Carolina Panthers. Josh, you're the New Orleans Saints. Jaxson Dart, Mason Taylor, Arante Ursary, and Jaden Blue was their last pick.
Yeah, let's see. Who are the cornerbacks available? You guys pretty much took all the good ones, but let's see. Okay, who's available? Defensive line. Oh, Jordan Phillips is still there.
Good player.
Joshua Farmer. Let's go with Joshua Farmer.
Good pick.
Florida State defensive tackle.
Solid player.
Yep. All right. Emory, you are the 49ers. And this is pick 113. Their last pick was Shamar Turner.
Let's go running back. They always take a running back in this draft, See what we have. All right, I see a guy I like. Let's go to offensive tackle. I'll take Cameron Williams here. I think his tape is clean, man. Okay. Give me him out of Texas, fantastic tackle.
And they need tackle help for sure. All right, back to the Carolina Panthers here. I can't take another edge rush here. Let's see defensive line real quick. I like Cam Jackson more than most people. I think he could go on day 2. I'm going to take Cam Jackson out of Florida. big body, moves well for me. They have to be better on defense. Next up, the Arizona Cardinals. So I'm picking for them as well. Matthew Golden, Darius Alexander, Miles Frazier. Now we're at pick 115. So let's see what we're going to do here in Arizona. We've got offensive line. We got defensive line. Let's look at edge because, again, we got so many edge rushers. And this is just sort of proof that this edge rush class is bonkers good. Oh, my gosh. I think I'm going to take so many good dudes that sort of fit what they're looking for, too. I'm going to go with Jordan Birch. I could have gone with two other guys, but Jordan Birch feels like Arizona Cardinals edge rusher out of Oregon. Jordan Birch here somehow in round 4. Josh, Miami Dolphins?
Miami Dolphins.
Pick 116.
Let's go with defensive line. Although you can never rule out a running back for the Dolphins. I'm going to go. I'll go Jordan Phillips.
No, it's a good pick.
All right, for the Colts.
Colts at 117, Mike.
Since I got to pick them for one of these teams here.
Before you make your pick, do you want to trade your first round pick next year for Dylan Gabriel?
I mean, maybe we'll be drafting highly. We'll be drafted by 32nd if we get Dylan because we'll win it all. But no, I'm going to go Willie Lampkin here, the North Carolina offensive lineman. Since I got to
down, Willie. Love it.
He's going to play center, and that double team combo with him and Quentin Nelson and Tyler Booker is going to be something special.
Awesome. Love it for him. I hope he does get drafted. I hope he gets drafted in the 4th round. It'd be fantastic. Atlanta Falcons, Emory Hunt, Mykel Williams, and Isaiah Thomas were their picks, and you're picking at 118.
Mike sniped me. I was going to go center because I'm still going to go center. People, they forget they lost their top center. Go back. Give me McLaughlin out of Ohio State.
Seth McLaughlin. All right.
I definitely was going to go Lampkin.
Oh, you were?
I did. That's
absolutely.
Dude, he could play. I was watching him, just a side note here. I was watching him with Mitch Morse yesterday, former Jaguar center. And he's like, this is the best guy. We watched a handful of offensive linemen. He's like, he's the best one we've watched so far. And now we're watching like down the board guys like Ariante Ursary and Marcus Bowe. But he's just like he knows what he's doing. He's like, this guy actually knows what he's doing. And he's talented. Like he's got physical capabilities. He's just not heavy enough. And I think you can fix heavy. I don't think you can fix some other physical capabilities. You know yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No,
he's my number one center, actually. So I could care less that he's 5'10". I was looking for a reason to knock him because he's 5'10", but I couldn't find one. I was like, all right, he's doing the job.
The FSU tape was what sold me because you got Josh Farmer, blanking on McClendon, the other one, who's like, those guys are NFL power, right? They are 315 plus, long arms, like as much as you're going to face at the next level. And he's just running them off the ball, just snap after snap. You're like, only like a few reps did it really show up. And you're like, it's a few reps a game, dude. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm glad you got the Senior Bowl invite because that was a fun watch. Yeah, hit the like button if you're watching. That would be awesome. If you're a Willie Lampkin fan, hit the like button. Pick 119, the Cincinnati Bengals, Josh Edwards. You're picking at 119, and then you're picking again at 120 for the Tennessee Titans. First up, the Bengals.
Yeah, so I believe they have gone all defense to this point. Mike Green, Andrew Makuba, Chris Paul. Can't believe this player is still available. As the Bengals, I will take advantage of that. I'm going to go Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick for them. And then
I'll just say, I don't know. He played outside zone, and the Bengals don't run any more outside zone anymore. So that's my only worry if Caleb Johnson goes.
All right, Mike craps on the pick.
For sure.
Sorry.
In the 4th round, he can play in a gap scheme if he needs to.
Yeah.
He weighs 240. He doesn't win that much, but he's a big kid. Fair enough. I get it. I never thought Caleb was going to be a top 50 guy. I could be wrong, but this feels closer to the range and feels like some value for the Bengals. Scheme conversations aside. All right, next up, Tennessee Titans. You're back at it. Josh, Cam Ward, Shamar Stewart, and Jalen Noel were the first 3 picks for Tennessee.
Let's go. Let's see. Who are the linebackers? Demetrius Knight staring me in the face.
Yeah, he's still there. Bossa out of Oregon. Stutzman's still there.
Yes. Let's go with Demetrius Knight, South Carolina linebacker.
Demetrius Knight the second. Off the board. Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock. All right, Emory, pick 121.
Oh, wow, they went heavy defense. Type in the name AJ Gilly, Gillie.
Here we go.
I know PFF only grades like 85 players, but I just want to make sure they're doing their due diligence.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Fingers crossed.
Sorry. So yeah, we gotta go back to what they've graded, right? So
yeah, come back to Planet Earth.
Top 65.
Use the Planet Earth draft board, Emory.
Right. Go to guard. Like I'm shocked that we haven't looked at the interior offensive line depth for Tampa Bay.
Yep, they got Max Harrison, JTT so far, and TJ Sanders.
They did a good job defensively. All right. Connor Colby. No. All right, go to they went edge. Go to linebacker. I'm just gonna keep rocking with wide receiver. I'm sorry. Mike Evans. I know he had the I see somebody I like. All right, go to wide receiver first.
Oh boy.
Oh wow, man! Like Savion Williams be too big of a luxury pick right here. Go give me Jack Kaiser, man.
All right, staring in your face the whole time.
Linebacker.
Notre Dame linebacker. I'm not keeping count, Mike, but Notre Dame's had a pretty good showing in terms of schools with players drafted in this 7-round mock draft.
They did make the national championship, Ryan. I'm not sure if you recall.
And still no Riley Leonard. No Riley Leonard yet.
Usually you need a little talent.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Jack Kaiser goes there. Next up, Denver Broncos next. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are we waiting for the button, Striker? Or am I missing something? Oh, haha. All right. Debo said the internet just got shut down in the studio, so they're rebooting.
Amazing.
Someone didn't pay their bills, Emory.
So I'll use this time to ask why Kyle McCord went so high. I missed the reason.
Dude, Leger picked him, right?
Yeah,
you picked him, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna say anything. I don't need McCord at 34.
You guys are being disrespectful right now.
Not to say he can't play quarterback in the NFL.
No.
I think he's capable of, but it's like, what's your upside? What's your upshot of him? You know,
Brock Purdy, baby. That's your upside.
And I just finished ripping BMAC one because I saw the Jaxson Dart pick. So you know what I'm saying? So I gotta get on the J once we hop offline.
Ted Wen had a great tweet about Kyle McCord. He called him the Jameis Winston of Brock Purdy's, which I think is the best way.
That is completely and wholly unfair because you're talking about the Pitt game. If you take the Pitt game out of there, he's a first-round pick.
Every game he has a throw where it's like, dude, he just predetermined and threw it to a corner, or threw it to like a rolled-up corner, or like a safety coming in the box. Like he does that, and it's fine. But like, you just got to know that James had a lot of that too to his game.
Here's what I would say in response to that. If he were in Tyler Shuck's body, all you guys would be, oh, he's the top 10 pick. The fact that he's 6'2.5" and
Tyler Shuck runs 4.63. That's if he could run.
Which Tyler Shuck body? Which Tyler Shuck body? Year 1 or year 7
on the board?
Yeah, year 7 exactly. That's the other point. He's older than everyone on this podcast combined. And I'm not trying to crap on Tyler Shuck. My point is that it just give Kyle McCord a chance. That's all I'm saying.
So without looking, was it Ryan that took Dante Thornton?
No, that was Coop. Coop took him at the bottom of the second.
Okay.
Coop snaked everyone. He took Dante Thornton. He took Dylan Gabriel from Mike.
Yeah.
He took Tesla to the Steelers. I'm actually okay with that pick.
Y'all be talking too much, man. Y'all got leaks in y'all front office because everybody y'all said he was able to snipe loose lip sync ships.
No, that's right. If you guys, I don't have access to the chat. If you guys see anything in the chat that's worth people talking, let me know and I'll bring it up and we can certainly talk about it while we're waiting for the studio to pay their electric bill so we can get back to the business of. I don't know. I think they have backup generators like for the actual studio shows. So because they're down there where hurricanes are, where Mike lives. So I think they have a plan for that, but not for backup generators for 7-round mock drafts. So
we don't have any hurricanes here. I think we're fine. I don't know what's going on.
Mike, you got a hotspot they can use, Mike?
I know, right? Thankfully. What's your favorite pick that you've had so far, Ryan? Who's your favorite one?
Oh, this Emery, you'll appreciate this pick. So pick 36, Coop Patagna took Trey Henderson, the Jaguars, which left at pick 38, Amari and Hampton going to my New England Patriots after they took Will Campbell. So Amari and Hampton,
that's a great pick. For New England, like wow.
What do you think about that, Mike? I mean, are you a Amari and Hampton in the first round guy?
No, but I think if you get him in the second, that's again, you're getting a great back. There's a lot of great backs in this class, but I do think that the Patriots could use an upgrade at the running back position, and he's a 3 down. Like he is. You run into issues with what's his face. I'm blanking on their starter's name right now.
Who put the ball on the turf?
Ramondre, who just fumbles and he's not a pass catcher. And so it's just like, he's a talented between the tackles runner.
Let me ask you,
your offense gets limited when he's in the game.
Let me ask you guys this. Does it feel like this defense is going to be good under Mike Vrabel? If they get this draft right, are they going to win like 9 games?
I
100%.
think here's the thing. People going to look at this AFC East and realize the team that may take the step back is Miami because the Jets, low key, can win games with run game and defense. So that division about to get extremely competitive.
Yeah, I think the Patriots might have the best defense in that entire division.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Dolphins don't. The Dolphins are not going to be good this year, unfortunately. That roster, if you see it, it's been dilapidated. Bills are obviously the Bills, but the Jets. I do think after Saleh left, the defense just didn't have the same teeth. We'll see what Aaron Glenn, obviously he's a great DC, but I think the Patriots, with all they added, that could be the best D in that division.
And
it's going to come down to which quarterback outside of Josh Allen, out of the 3, can you trust to handle pressure? And that's going to be because you might get 3 teams out that division, or you might only get 1. Because we know the North is going to mess around and get 2 to 3. And then the West doesn't look like it got better. And depending on how high the floor is raised by Cam Ward, Tennessee might be competitive enough to where it could, play around that 7th seed,
Tennessee's not going to – they're not going to the playoffs.
Guys,
I love Cam Ward. Man. What'd you say?
I said they got to get healthy, man, on defense.
Yeah. I will say, as I look over this draft, like the picks I gave the Patriots are pretty bonkers. So they got Will Campbell and then Amari and Hampton, excuse me. Then I gave him Jalen Royals, a wide receiver. I gave him Noel Williams, the cornerback we all saw at the Shrine Bowl, who I actually like a lot. I don't know how you guys feel about him. And then Logan Brown, more offensive line help. This GM thing, anybody can do it. That's all I'm saying.
The fact that they got a guy like Hampton in round 2, knowing that was another big need for them is big because – he's probably the only one you could trust. And speaking of Hampton, a lot of his runs came right down that A gap. Guess who?
Yeah.
It's like this. It keep coming up Lampkin. You know what I'm saying?
Keeps coming up Lampkin. Okay. All right, Mike, I'll ask you the same question. What going through this thing on day 2 and now into day 3, what would you like the best of one of your picks?
I kind of loved doing the Luther Bird and Ted McMillan combo and just revamping the Raiders.
So let me ask you guys, what do you think of this? So the first pick was T-Mac to the Raiders, and then Mike comes back and takes Luther Burden in round 2, and then Mike comes back and takes Cam Scadaboo in round 3, I believe.
They got the offense. Listen, I will say this publicly on the Columbia Broadcast Station. Matt Millen was not wrong. He just drafted the wrong quarterback. he did it right. Like, give me the top 3 wide receivers in the draft class that year. They just took the wrong quarterback. They had a good running back too in Kevin Jones. So I agree with Mike Renner here by going and getting the top 2 of the top receivers and getting them a good back. Like, lean in on your strengths like that, man.
My favorite draft so far.
I like it. I mean,
go ahead.
You've already got Brock Bowers too. You've got Jacoby Myers. Like, who was Geno going to throw to before you brought those guys into the building? I mean, Brock is good, but give him a little bit of help. So yeah, I like the direction Mike went with that.
Yeah, they now that's add them to if the draft goes like this, that's the other team that's in play for the 7th seed.
I said that, then Mike crapped all over their defense. So he's not. I don't know. Have you fixed their defense yet, Mike?
No, I haven't even tried to. Jamari Caldwell.
You got Jamari. That's right. You got Jamari Caldwell.
We're gonna only run cover 2 because we have no corners.
Oh,
I should say that Jack Jones is. He's still there, right? Or did they?
I'm curious.
You never know.
His name may.
Oh, didn't they release him? Like,
yeah, I think.
Who?
Jack Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's released.
Right. He's that guy's.
Again, you could only have 3. Anything over 3 is going to be a mutiny, and I think the Raiders might have been at their limit with 3 of those guys on the team, and you can't have them all on the same side of the ball.
Yes.
And when you say 3, you mean 3 guys acting up and not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Exactly, because while you need those guys on your team, there is a cap. You know what I'm saying? There's a limit. You think about Marcus Peters. Yes, I love the lockdown capability. I love the ball skills, but in this a crucial 4th down play in the 4th quarter, he's throwing the flag in the stands from the referee, and now they got the automatic 1st down. So it's a gift and a curse, man. You can't have them all on one side of the ball, bro.
Man, leave Marcus Peters alone. Hey, Josh, let me ask you this as a Browns fan, because I always bring that up. I think someone left a comment once that I was too hard on the Browns when I was always giving you the business about Cleveland, which is pretty funny. Travis Hunter, pick 2 overall. I'm great with that. And then Mike had them taking Josh Connerly Jr., pick 33. Lee J was on board with that. And I think you had him taking Bo as well just recently. Is that right, Mike? One of the most recent picks. Dylan Sampson, the running back.
Milroe. Yeah.
And Jalen Milroe. Yeah. What do you think of the Jalen Milroe pick?
Yeah, I was a little confused where Mike was going because he didn't have a quarterback until the end of round 3 there, but it all worked out. I think Jalen Milroe probably goes earlier in the real life draft, but to get him where Mike did was fantastic.
Would you rather have Tyler Shuck or Jalen Milroe there?
Oh, Jalen Milroe for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
To expound on my thinking there, you're at a point where just like the odds of you hitting on a starter are so slim. Right, back into the 3rd. I want a guy who I know can do something for my offense, and I already loaded up on offensive line, right? So I have a quarterback now that is one of the 3 best rushing threats at the position in the NFL, and I have a running back paired with him in Dylan Sampson that's uber dynamic. Like, I have a backfield and an offensive line in front of it that can dictate terms all on its own, and then I can just, I'm probably going to add some speed receiver late in the draft. I love the depth of the speed in the receiver class. I can hit over the top and bring a lot of people into the box and kind of really play to Jalen Milroe's strengths. So I think it'd be a good situation for him to go to if there was one.
You okay with that, Emery?
Yeah,
You're Jalen Milroe's #1 fan.
Yeah, here's the thing. Out of the quarterbacks that, again, I have a 1st-round grade on Shador and Ward, and then there's a drop-off, 2nd-round grade on Milroe. But Milroe would be the only one I could be sold on in the 1st because of those strengths Mike talked about. And Milroe, out of this crop, is, I feel like, the one that needs to get groomed a little bit. Flacco, Pickett, there gives you an opportunity to kind of allow him to work on the footwork and the short area accuracy behind the scenes, but still have a role in your red zone offense, goal line offense, short yardage situations. So it works for him. And, Kevin Stefanski can continue to kick the can down the road on excuses of quarterbacks that fit his scheme perfectly. Because here's the thing. People act like we didn't see Flacco throw 19 picks in that playoff game. Like, there's this PR campaign about Flacco's time in Cleveland. Bro, that playoff game against the Texans, every Texans defender caught an intercept, and 5 of them brought it back for touchdowns. So let's start to tell the whole truth about Flacco's in Cleveland. But I do agree Milroe needs to sit, and this would be a good spot for him to sit.
Man, you almost lost your breath. talking about Flacco. Take a deep breath.
No, man, because again, people love to cherry pick history. You know what I'm saying? So we're telling the whole history here on CBS. We're one of the oldest networks out there. Like, why not?
Speaking of old, we're going to take it old school as they're literally rebuilding the board after the internet and the electricity went out.
Oh, so they got to do the whole thing?
Debo has there it is. Look at that. We're going Google Sheets file don't laugh at that. It actually looks pretty nice, but we're going to do analog until we do digital. Next up, pick 122. We're back at it, boys. You can't stop the draft. 122, that's the Denver Broncos. My Denver Broncos. Quick recap here. They took Colston Loveland at 20. He was somehow there. They got Quinshon Judkins in the second round, the running back. Then I had them take Zay Frazier in the third round. And now I got to do this from memory because we don't have access to the board in terms of what's available here. So we have tight end. We got running back. I just took a cornerback in the last round for Denver. So let's see. I think I'm just going to get some. Oh, I can't do this. I was thinking about doing something silly. I'm not going to do that. Let's go with, this is another team. And Mike, I think you and I did the Broncos draft in terms of guys that are available. Jeez, there's so many guys. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get help along the defensive line. And I'm going to take Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins out of Georgia. I actually like him a lot. He's like 285, so you can move him inside and out. Gives you a little versatility there. I think he's a really good player. I would draft him on day 2. In real life, Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, Georgia.
Big letters. Boom.
Oh, my goodness. Looks like my father-in-law's cell phone when he sent a text.
I'm about to say it. I'm glad you made a joke and not me.
All right. Things are cooking here, man. All we need is Vanna White to walk over there and turn the letters around one at a time. I don't know how this is a thing, Josh, but you're picking for the Steelers, so this should be fun.
Yeah, I was looking at the long snappers. It's a direction they could go here. The most difficult.
Let me just quickly, because I can only have 2 picks. So they trade up to 9. BMAC had them taking Shedeur Sanders, and then in round 3, because they don't have a second round pick, I'm pretty sure they took Tesla out of Arkansas, the big slot corner. So that's where they are, and you are on the clock here at pick 123, Josh.
Fortunately, they only had 2 picks because they mortgaged it for Shedeur Sanders and DK Metcalf, because that's the most difficult thing at this point is just remembering who everybody has picked. I'm going to go – this player feels like a Steeler to me. It is a position of need. I'm going to go Ty Hamilton, the defensive tackle from Ohio State.
Okay. Take an Ohio guy. Little rich for me, but I get it. Round 4, and they do need help in the defensive line. There's no 2 ways about that. All right, next up, Emory. Josh picks for my Steelers. Emory's picking for Mike's Green Bay Packers.
Who we got for who they picked already, Ryan? You know offhand?
Yeah, Debo can do that.
They picked a bunch of corners. They picked Jacob Parrish. They picked Will Johnson, and they picked Femi Oladejo, UCLA edge.
Yeah, great call. That's right. Yep.
So there.
All right, Packer fans. I know you're crying for a receiver. You honestly just need help. Health. You know what I'm saying? So, I like their receiving core. I like their backfield. Offensive tackles, just in case. Offensive line. Do we know who's left on the board in terms of linemen?
Or I don't know if we have that capability just yet.
Okay, well, I'll.
What do you want?
Yeah, what are you thinking? Like Caleb Rogers is still there at Texas Tech. You looking outside or inside?
Inside.
Jalen Rivers, Dylan Fairchild.
Jalen Rivers for Miami.
Clay Webb, who I like, but maybe this might be a little rich for Mike's Packers.
Is Holland Pierce gone already?
He's not.
No, he is not.
Give me Holland Pierce out of Rutgers. That's one of those programs to tackle. He's 6'8", is another 6'8" guy. One of those programs, Kansas State, Rutgers, North Dakota State, sight unseen. Sign me up.
Sight unseen.
They are awesome. Like, and think about it. Boston College now could be that too, because you got these former NFL coaches that are developing these guys. Like Rutgers defense, there's a guy still on this board that I really like too, but y'all ruined it by saying everybody attacked cornerback already for, Green Bay. So I'm gonna let him continue to sit and simmer. But I went with Pierce here, the big offensive line. But had a really good senior shrine game.
Okay, next up, 125. The LA Chargers are on the board, and still a quick accounting here, Mike. The Chargers got Kenneth Grant in round 1, and you took Braden Swinson in round 2, and then you took Terrence Ferguson, tight end, in round 3.
Let's go Bashul Tutin, the running back from Virginia Tech. Let's get some juice to this slow running back room. 4.32 speed. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, they have Najee Harris. That does not preclude them from taking someone like Tutin here. No doubt about it. All right, Jacksonville Jaguars. Josh Edwards, 126. Excuse me. You're on the clock here. You need a refresher?
No, I think I'm good unless I missed one, which I probably did. They did take Mason Graham. They took Travion Henderson. They took Tez Johnson, took Emory Jones. So they've addressed the offense pretty significantly with the exception of Mason Graham. I'm going to go corner here, and I'm going to take Louisville's Quincy Riley.
Like it. He's a tough player.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mike, back to you with the LA Rams. Pick 127.
All right, I loaded up on D-line. Now I'm going to go with a guy to play behind it in Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma linebacker.
Nice. He was getting some top 50 buzz in the summer. He had a good season. It just sort of got lost in the mix.
I like Stutzman. I think he's still top 75 for me.
Yeah. Pick 128, Washington Commanders. They got Tyler Warren in round 1. He was still available at the bottom of the first round there, Josh. You're on the clock.
Yeah, I was going to take Stutzman. So definitely going to have to reverse course here a little bit. Oh, man.
There are a ton of off-ball guys still available, I would imagine.
Schlesinger is gone, right?
Long gone. Took him to the Cowboys in the second round.
Yeah.
Just making sure you guys are drafting right.
Yeah, we got that one right.
Let's see. Edge rushers. You know what? I'm going to take Princely Umanmielen from Ole Miss. They need some pass rush help. I think he's going to go earlier. Feels like a pretty easy pick.
Yeah, for sure. All right, next up, the Detroit Lions. And this feels like an easy pick, too. Let me make sure. I think the last – what'd you say?
Sorry, Ravens are actually up next.
Oh, sorry. Yep, you're right. I was trying to – okay, good. I'm glad I didn't say I was going to – because you would have stolen it.
I know who I'm about to listen, I know this guy's still on the board, and I'm excited that Josh went ahead with Prince Umanmielen because I was worried because he kind of had the aha moment, but he bypassed my guy, Jalot from Louisville.
Oh, yeah.
All he does is blow stuff up. If this wasn't CBS, I would have said the exact word that would have perfectly paired with blow stuff up. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm going with him because when you watch him play, it's fascinating because he could get pressure in line. He could also stand up, rush with, speed and quickness off the edge. Does a great job because he got the natural lower center of gravity, so he's able to get underneath the pads. Fantastic edge rusher. Ashton Jalot from Louisville.
Yeah, he's a good player. Pete Prisco, I think he was on Pete Prisco's better than team. All right, next up. This is I don't think this young man has been drafted. I did step away for a second because I'm old. Had to use the bathroom. So Detroit's taking Gray Zabel, CJ West, Jonas Sanker. Is my guy Jack Sawyer still there?
Yes.
He is.
Yeah. I mean, come on. in the 4th round, we're disrespecting Jack Sawyer like that?
You gonna load the Lions up with all them type all those kneecap biters? Like they already got Anzalone, they got Rodrigo. Now
I am. No, Jack. I like Jack Sawyer a lot. He may end up going around this range, but I think he's going to be he's going to be a good football player.
Mm-hmm.
Next level. Josh Edwards, the New Orleans Saints, pick 131.
Yeah, to this point, it's been heavy offense. Jaxson Dart, Mason Taylor, Jaden Blue, I think, was in there.
Yep.
So probably need to address the defense. I'm going to go with the type of length that New Orleans typically looks for along the defensive line. I'm going to go with Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle from Nebraska.
I believe Ty has been selected.
That was my first pick with the Giants.
Yeah, he went.
Oh, okay.
It's all right.
Okay, so let's go with Dorian Strong, the corner from Virginia Tech.
Like it. Good pick. All right, Mike, you're the Buffalo Bills. And Malaki Starks to start. I'm trying to see who you took last round.
No one. They didn't have anyone in the 3rd. I went Jared Ivey earlier this round. I went Tyreek in the 2nd. Darian Porter in the 2nd. So we've gone defense heavy. It's gonna. Here it comes. Tyler Shuck coming off the board. Louisville quarterback.
Jeez, oh pizza.
Get him a good backup.
Oh, okay. You're not even thinking. I think we had this conversation with Turbo. Is Turbo still there?
Turbo's still there.
Because we had the conversation about flipping him for a 3rd round pick in a year after he balls out in preseason. Okay.
Good guy to learn from in front of him.
Yeah. Is he older than Josh Allen?
That's a good question, actually. No,
all right. Kansas City Chiefs. Emory, you are up.
Do we know if they took an edge yet or a defensive lineman?
Let's see what the Kansas City Chiefs did. In round 1, they did take your guy Ozzie Trapillo in round 2, just so you know that as I look through that.
Love that.
Derrick Harmon, round 1.
Derrick Harmon, Ozzie Trapillo.
All right.
And Tate Ratledge.
Oh, Tate Ratledge. There you go. And Gunnar Helm.
Oh, wow. That's a savvy pick right there.
Yeah,
Give me Roger Longerbeam, Rutgers cornerback.
Okay.
Robert Longerbeam.
I love how you say it twice. I keep calling out the bingo number.
Fantastic.
Longerbeam. Longerbeam.
Red 23.
Sound like Saul Goodman working at the old folks home. All right, here we go. My Philadelphia Eagles, correct? Yes, sir. All right, let's see what we got going on here. As a quick recap, just for my own personal, so I can keep up with this. So James Pearce Jr., we knew that was going to happen. Xavier Watson into round 2, the safety. I had Wyatt Millum late in the 3rd. I think that brings us up to speed. Is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, here we go. Let's go. All right. I have an idea of what I want to do. It may be. Yeah, I can't. I think we talked about this the other day. I'm going to. Jeez, oh pizza. They don't have a lot of needs. You know what? All right, let's see who the wide receivers. Let's go. Oh man, there's not a lot to choose from here. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take Chimere DK out of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Big slot, can run. Wisconsin transfer, he's gonna get better. Chimere DK out of Florida. Was at the Senior Bowl. Had a good week there too. Okay, Josh, you're the Miami Dolphins at pick 135.
Yeah, to this point, they've taken Armand Membou. They took Emeka Egbuka, which is probably an indication of Tyreek Hill's future there. They took Dylan Gabriel, who I know Mike and I are both big fans of, so it was good to see Coop was on board with that as well. Most recently, I took Jordan Phillips to give him some help inside. I'm going to stick with the backbone of the defense. I'm going to go Smail Mondon, the linebacker from Georgia.
Like him. He's a good player. Undersized like all these other off-ball linebackers. Emory, pick 136 for the Baltimore Ravens.
Did they take a receiver?
Let me check. I don't
think they have yet.
I don't think they have either.
Give me
Ezeiruaku.
Savion Williams.
That's actually such a Ravens pick.
When it's week 9 and he got like 5 touchdowns and 500 yards of total offense, everybody's like, how did they let the Ravens get? This is why. I'm in a GMC.
That's why. Yeah, I had to mute myself while I laughed as well. Pick 137. Seattle, you're on the clock, Mike.
Seahawks, I may be a little biased, but I think they've had the best draft of anyone yet. We have Jihaad Campbell in the first. We got Donovan Jackson and Kyle Williams in the second, and guard and a wide receiver. Defensive tackle Alfred Collins and center Jared Wilson in the third. I think we have 5 starters already. I think we might get a 6th here, going Kobe Bryant, the Kansas cornerback.
Oh,
damn it!
He's a good player, man.
So
Slight
learn
frame.
from the best slight corner in the league in Devon
Yeah.
Witherspoon.
Yeah, no, he's we talked to him at the Shrine Bowl, and he's incredibly loyal to Kansas, number one, and he felt like he had a lot to prove because people like me call him slight when he plays much bigger than that. I believe he had a nice interception during practice, if I recall correctly, the Shrine Bowl as well. All right, Emory, last pick of round 4. You are the 49ers.
I got sniped by Kobe Bryant. I could go with his teammate. I'm going to hold off on that one. So I'm going to go with my number 1 slot corner because I know he's still on the board. Jabbar Muhammad out of Oregon. Let's strengthen what the 49ers are trying to do out there at cornerback.
All right. Jabbar Muhammad. And that is a wrap on pick round 4, as I find Jabbar on my list here so I can make sure I don't pick him. Thank you to Mike Renner.
Godspeed, fellas.
Yeah, crushed it. Thank you very much. Repping cover 3, which is awesome. And
Good
we're
luck
going to
drafting.
add Chris Trapasso
What's up,
Thank you, man,
guys?
Chris.
down
What's
the
up, Chris?
stretch.
How's it going?
We are I'm tired.
You need
I think
reinforcements.
these-
I know you need reinforcements. I mean, Emory and Josh have like combined watched a total of like 1,400 players, but you've been at this since the first round. I've been paying attention here and there, and you are the marathon guy for this. So I think we need to add me for these final 3 rounds.
Yeah,
Right, you got the energy, man.
We are, as Rick Spielman liked to say, day 3 is the working man's day. These guys that were on earlier, they'd only watched 25 guys. So I'm happy to they're not watching, so we can talk about them.
I'll be honest, before I came on earlier, I was thinking to myself, I wonder how early Emory is going to try to take a guy that is not in the PFF.
Oh, we tried.
draft
It happened
simulator.
already. It
Yep.
happened.
We tried.
Yeah,
Very quickly. Very
Happened in round
quickly.
4.
Like right away, I was like, let's see what PFF working with. Nothing. You know what I'm saying?
All right, we're not supposed to be calling out other operations. Just worry about you, Raging Cajun.
There's no more Raging. There's multiple Raging Cajuns in this thing that I should be able to draft, but I can't because Pro Football Focus didn't have anybody in there.
Well, we were doing it by hand. You could have taken
Oh,
advantage of that opportunity
left.
earlier.
Yeah, there's about to be a run on Raging Cajuns now.
I think producers Debo and Stryker, are we ready to go back to digital, or are we still doing analog for a bit?
We are close. I'm like 30 or like 20 picks back from
Okay,
catching
we'll
up.
keep
So
going.
we'll start the same way mid this round. I should be able to throw it back on screen for you.
It's
I
gonna be
got to go through
hilarious.
140 picks right now.
It's gonna be hilarious when the power goes off
I've
again.
messed up 3 times already, by the way, and I had to restart. So we're getting there.
Now Stryker knows how we feel, all having to do at least one 7-round mock draft during the draft cycle, and how long and arduous of a process that is.
But he's literally under more pressure than we are.
Yes, because it's like timed.
For sure.
I did mine over 4 days.
I know. I feel like I'm turning in 140 draft cards in a 2-minute span right now.
He's trying to click the code to keep the bomb from going off, and he keeps hitting the wrong number at the last digit. Come on, striker. All right. We're at the top of the 5th round here. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. That's me at 149 and me at 140. So let me just give a quick refresher here for not only me, for people listening, what happened so far. Minnesota took Nick Emmanwori in round 1 over Malaki Starks. Some people didn't love that, but that's okay. And then they didn't pick again because of the Dallas Turner and J.J. McCarthy trades in round 2. So they picked again in round 3. And they took my guy, Vernon Broughton. Big fan of his, defensive tackle out of Texas. I think we're up to speed. They've only had 2 picks so far. So top of round 5. Let's see what we're going to do here. Oh man. So let's see. Vernon Broughton. You know what? Let's look at linebacker. I could get some help for Mr. Pace there. And there's some linebackers still available. You guys can let me know if I've Blake Cashman's there. Well, you can let me know if these guys have already gone off the board. They sound familiar, but just to double check here. So how about I know I'm taking Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State. If he were a little bigger, he'd be a top 50 pick for me, maybe even higher. So Nick Martin, Oklahoma State, off-ball linebacker. All right, I'm back on the clock with the Carolina Panthers. And let me see, again, I apologize, but I got to refresh my own memory here. Jaylen Walker in round 1. And then we took Jack Besh in round 3. And then in round 4, let's see what we did real quick. Kyle Kennard. And then Cam Jackson. So we're just going all defense all the time here, other than Jack Besh. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see here what we need to do. So I think we're getting thin on corner. I'm going, who I'm taking? Denzel Burke is still there, but I'm going to take Justin Wally out of Minnesota. He's a tough player. Love the way he plays. And I think this is right around the range he'll go off the board here. All right, finally. Done with me. Trapasso.
Sorry, real quick, Ryan. 2 quick questions. 1, who did you take there so Debo can jot it down?
Oh, yeah. Justin Wally, Walley.
Okay. And then the other one, we got to go back to round 4. This is going to be a fun one for Josh Edwards. Ty Hamilton is not in the PFF draft board.
He's not?
So if I give you another defensive lineman that is at the top, like JJ Pegues is the top one available right now.
And they've had JJ in on a 30 visit too, Josh.
And yeah, Tim Smith is still on the board, I believe. Tonka Hemingway is still available.
With Pegues.
Okay. All right. So we're
I can't believe he's not.
Yeah, I know that. I was surprised that Hamilton wasn't on there. I thought maybe I was typing his name in or I messed up the whole mock again, but he's not in their board. Okay, cool. You guys are caught up then. Thank you.
Awesome. I love that.
Yep.
Love that Josh was calling out Emery for getting a guy not on the board, and Josh was the one who did it.
Check him out.
That was perfect.
And he helps out the goal line offense too. Shout out to Pegues.
Yeah, he scored 7 touchdowns last year. That's crazy. All right, Josh. Tennessee Titans, pick 141. What are we doing?
Yeah, for the record, I want Pegues to be listed as a running back when you turn in that Titans card. Let's see. With the Titans here, we've taken a pass rusher. We've got Cam Ward. I gave them Jaylen Noel this last pick. Demetrius Knight, the linebacker. I'm going to go I'm going to go edge rusher again. I'm going to go Savion Jones from LSU.
Like that one a lot. Good player. Big.
Let me double check. I think he's available. I want to make sure we didn't get him. I know we. I think he should be available. You can let me know, Striker, if I missed on that one. It looks like he is. That's a good pick. Yeah, that's Traps' guy, if I recall correctly. Is that right?
Still there.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. Yeah, I like.
Yeah,
him a lot
okay.
at that size at 280.
All right, he's still there. So you got him to Tennessee, and next up, Jacksonville Jaguars at 142. Josh, back to you.
Yeah, now with the Jaguars, again, they took Mason Graham. They addressed the offense with Travion Henderson. And then most recently, they did Quincy Riley, the cornerback from Louisville. I'm going to stick to the cornerback room, and I'm going to go Caleb Ransall to be the nickel
call. One of my favorites.
for that Jaguars defense.
4-3-1.
Great tackler, too.
I actually, I don't think his agent would care. I was talking to his agent, and he said if he had broken 4-3, he was going to have to shave his head, the agent was. So dodge that one.
Okay, this is my first pick, Raiders. This is the Ted McMillan, Luther Burden, Cam Scadaboo trio, correct? For Mike?
That's right. And Jamari Caldwell, I believe, finally on defense.
Killing it.
Real quick, this one is for Ryan Wilson, Justin Wally, not on the board.
Yo, are you serious?
Yeah, the disrespect is real. We're almost caught up and can get the actual board back up so you can see. But
okay, let me ask you this: as I was looking through my thing, is
don't you dare snipe my pick right now, Ryan? Because
I was going to say, is Jalen Smith out of USC there?
Yes, Jalen Smith, cornerback, USC, is on the board.
Let's take Jalen Smith. I like him more than most. Yeah, they got to get Justin Wally on there. Again, it speaks to how deep this dive is for the four of us, and some of these names that aren't on there.
But Wally,
look, man, look, put it in the complaint box. I don't know. All right, Traps. Emery over here trying to get me fired. Okay. Traps pick 143.
So it's McMillan, Burden, Scadaboo, and Jamari Caldwell for the Raiders. No corner help yet. How about?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay, we're gonna go Oklahoma State cornerback Corey Black, who to me is one of the best players in this class that was not invited to the combine, tested really well at the Oklahoma State Pro Day. Kind of reminds me of a bigger Dante Jackson. They just need more secondary help on that defense. So Corey Black stands out to me just because of his traits.
Got bad news for you.
I was going to say, I was fingers crossed that he's on the list.
Corey Black's not on the list?
No, just give me 10 seconds and I'll
okay, that's fine.
I am caught back up. We did it.
And you know what, Striker? It might be something where we'll make a note, handwritten note of the guys that we want to take, and then if we have to fill in a name.
There's another. Okay, so are we doing that now, or do you want another? Does Striker want another one?
Here, let's let Striker pull it up the.
Okay.
Yeah, give me one.
The mock draft machine, and then we'll go from there.
I have another name
back,
ready.
Baby. We are back.
Back and better than ever.
What? Back and better than ever.
Corey Black is not on there. How about Bilal Cohn, the cornerback from Western Michigan? I like his ball skills. He's a good player, played on the outside, made a lot of plays on the football. I would hope he was at the combine.
He was at the combine. Oh, man, this is throwing a monkey wrench.
It's Kone. Okay, if not, I can keep going down I'm just going straight off my cornerback board here because this is a team that I think has so many needs at that position, or just such a great need at quarterback or cornerback. From looking at this list, has Jordan Hancock gone yet? The corner from Ohio State.
He has not. He should be. I feel like I saw his name. He might be under safety.
Yeah, he played corner. Yeah, he's kind of a. There you go. I will go. He can play in the slot. He can play safety. They just need more bodies in that secondary. So I'm going to go Jordan Hancock for the Raiders.
All right. Got it. All right. Next up, the New England Patriots are on the clock. Will Campbell, Ontario. I'll call him Ontario Smith. Omari Hampton, Jalen Royals, Noel Williams, and Logan Brown. We are checking boxes. Let's see what we want to do here. Got offensive line help. I mean, let's see best available. You know what I'm taking? This is pretty easy for me. He's a Josh Uche clone in my mind, Josiah Stewart. Get some edge rush juice off the situational pass rusher, Josiah Stewart, going to the Patriots. All right, now we're cooking. 145, the New York Jets. Emory.
Jets have done a solid job. You can never have too many wide receivers. Let's go to wide receiver.
Ooh, there's a bunch of names there.
I know, still looking good there. Scroll down a little bit. Give me Elijah Badger.
Don't do it to me, Emory. He is he's probably my favorite in terms of value in this class.
Former running back, helps you out in the wide receiver run game, kind of fits what they could do creatively with Justin Fields and stuff like that. Also with Malachi Corley, if they finally let him play, I like that creativity. And he plays special teams. That's where we are right now.
Yep.
All right, next up, Carolina Panthers back on the clock at pick 146. We have taken Jaylen Walker, Landon Jackson, Jack Besh, Kyle Kennard, Cameron Jackson, and Jalen Smith. All right, let's see here. They don't need running back help, but there's a guy that I really like, and I think he makes some sense in terms of giving them some versatility. I understand that they have not Javonte Williams. They have Chuba. They went out and got Rico Dowdle. Jonathan Brooks, I don't know what his situation is going to be. So this guy has a chance to be running back 3 and a lot more than that. Brashard Smith. Hoping for a bigger reaction, but didn't get it.
No, one of the better pass catchers in this class. I like him a lot.
Yeah, former University of Miami
wide receiver
for 3 years. So and he's a 4-3 guy. He's still learning the running back position, and he's a change of pace guy, so you can line him up wherever you want to. Another weapon for Bryce. Pick 147.
Sorry, say the pick one more time. I'm just getting it set up in here.
Gotcha. Running back Brashard Smith.
Oh, easy.
Shout out to Kelly Joyner, too, out of UCF, another former receiver that turned running back that also is a little bit further along in that transition, in my opinion, than Smith. But the former receiver turned running back pipeline is definitely one that you take a chance on here in round 5?
Round 5. We're taking our foot off the brakes here. We're gonna coast on home because I got HQ at 7:15.
I got something at 7:22. Yeah, let's rock.
All right, San Francisco 147, Emory.
Oh, it's me. And we did Nolen, Morrison, Carr. This is a good draft defensively. Let's go quarterback.
Yeah, I don't hate that. We got a lot of quarterbacks out there.
Quinn Ewers. Give me Quinn Ewers. Even though my guy is there, I got a special place for my guy that's also on this list. But I'm gonna go Quinn Ewers here for San Francisco.
Quinn Ewers seems like the perfect Kyle Shanahan quarterback. Chicago 148, Chris.
I'm up with the Bears. How about let's look at the secondary cornerback. I know they just locked up Kyle Gordon, but I think someone that can play on the outside didn't test well. I'm going to go Zy Alexander from LSU. Beyond the testing, I thought the film was really good.
I agree. He's a good player, man. Dallas Cowboys at 149. Jahdae Barron, Carson Schlesinger, Malachi Minor. That is what we call an A+ draft.
Yikes.
What are you yikesing about? All right, let's look at the okay. I don't even need to ask to look. I'm taking RJ Harvey. Like he's a good football player. They need running backs. RJ Harvey.
There you go.
All right, Josh, you're Miami at 150.
Yeah, last 2 picks took defensive tackle, linebacker. I'm going to go to the other side of the ball, address the trenches with Georgia offensive guard Dylan Fairchild.
Is he still there?
Bang. Good one.
He is still there. Man, that's a great pick. I didn't know he was still there.
Okay,
all right, Trav, you are the Colts, 151.
What a fun combo with Tyler Booker and Willie Lampkin. That is amazing. My Lord, like the biggest mauler and another amazing player on film was like the opposite end of the size spectrum.
It's like Mark Ingram and Derrick Henry in midfield.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously Jonathan Taylor is the guy there, but they can get out of that contract or they can see where he is after next season. I think DJ Giddens is one of the best lateral side-to-side running backs in this class. So just kind of that compliment to Jonathan Taylor, who could eventually maybe be the number one in a couple seasons.
All right. Josh, 152, Arizona Cardinals. Oh, sorry, that's me. My bad. We had a little switch here. I got confused. Matthew Golden, Darius Alexander, Miles Frazier, Jordan Birch, all previous draft picks. Getting here, starting taking best player available. So let's see what we want to do here for the Cardinals. How about let's see the Steve W still with us. Giddens is very fun. Let's see the quarterbacks. They have Jacoby Brissett, but Clayton Tune. Okay. So I'm not going to go quarterback here. I am going to let's see here. Let's go with, I don't think it's too early to draft this guy. And I know we've taken Matthew Golden, and Matthew Golden can play outside. I think, am I going to do it? I'm going to take Jeffrey Bassa, the linebacker out of Oregon. I was going to go wide receiver, but let's get some help on the other side of the ball. Oregon linebacker Jeffrey Bassa. Next up, Cincinnati Bengals. That's you, Josh.
Let's see. They've got Makuba. They took Pupal. Mike Green from Marshall. What have we not addressed here? I'm going to go with offensive guard Jalen Rivers. Played left tackle for Miami.
Really good.
One of my personal favorites in this draft class. I think he has the positional flexibility to fulfill a couple of roles. So probably destined for guard. I'm going to take him here.
Okay. All righty. Next up.
I'm up next with the Seahawks, I think.
Say it one more time. Rand distracted me through text.
Oh, sorry.
Jalen Rivers.
Jalen Rivers, yep. And then is it the Giants or is it who's next? Okay, yeah. So
Giants. I'm sorry. I was
that's
off.
okay. 154. Emory, you're up.
Let's go to safety. Let's go to safety.
No, please, no, nothing.
Oh,
I just get wow. Malaki, what did he do?
Craig Woodson's fun too.
That's crazy, right? Scroll down.
Hunter
Billy
Ward's
Bowman's still there. I just got hit up by a scout saying that Billy Bowman was still on the board, but he must have went. So
yeah, he went.
Bowman's gone.
All right, so let's go back to running back for the Giants. Since
ooh, man.
Oh boy, there's your guy staring you in the face.
I know. Let's go Damian Martinez, man.
You taking him over Trevor? I thought Trevor was your guy.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even see that. I've totally bypassed the logo.
You're fired. You come in here talking smack about the previous picks. You're not even looking at the board, just randomly taking guys. Get out of here.
Look at it, trying to see what's going on, man. I'm scrambling.
Trevor Etienne, though, right?
Hey, Ron.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the rule on turning in two cards?
Emory's trying to do it for sure. All right. Speaking of two, Josh, you got back-to-back picks, the Dolphins and then the Steelers. And you better take Will Howard. I'm just telling you now, not for the Dolphins. They have Dylan Gabriel.
Let's see. I'm going to go. Oh, that could be fun. I'm going to go with Mitchell Evans, tight end Notre Dame.
He's good, man. And he ran well at his pro day. Just a little banged up. I think he was banged up at the Shrine Bowl. It didn't work out there. All right. Another Ohio State kid for the Steelers?
Well, it'd be the first one.
Oh, I say no. You try to take Ty Hamilton. That's what it was.
Yeah. Let's see. Corner.
What are you doing?
Actually, yes. Let's go with Denzel Burke, the cornerback from Ohio State.
Scandalous. This guy. They took him out to dinner, Will Howard, the night before the pro day.
They saw how much he could eat and was like, you know what? Nah, he's gonna be a problem.
Can't afford it. All right, great. That's all right. You still got Kenny. No matter what you do, you still have Kenny Pickett as a Browns fan, so you got to live with that. Emory, you're Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. Let's see what we got here. All right, linebacker, D-line, edge. Let's go offense, man. Let's look at Xavier Restrepo. I don't care, man. Let's.
I don't either.
Right, like at this point, like he's always open. Him and Mayfield gonna have that height complex, Napoleon complex. Perfect.
All right, pick 158. The Chargers traps.
Chargers, D tackle, edge, tight end, wide receiver, halfback. Let's go wide receiver. We need some more options to be spread around. I like Terrence Ferguson. We need some to fill some more of the targets there. So I think the one that stands out to me is Torrey Horton, the wide receiver from Colorado State, because he can play outside. I know Ladd McConkey can play there too, but probably is going to be utilized in the slot. Torrey Horton, productive, 3 years, 6'2", and tested well at the combine.
Yep. He tested well after having a knee injury that cut short his season, so that he's back to where he needs to be. Emory, you're back-to-back with Green Bay at 159 and then San Francisco at 160.
All right, let's go wide receiver again for Green Bay, just to continue to strengthen that room. You know what? No, wait, time out. Let's go D-line. We're going to build depth, and this guy screams Green Bay Packer. Because, again, if you hate Shedeur Sanders, you've watched 2 games. You watched Nebraska, and you've watched BYU. Tyler Beatty was in the backfield like he was a part of the
big
Buffalo.
Boy.
Yes.
He's kind of like a D. Lowry type. Yeah.
Yep. You know what I'm saying?
Built in a lab type for sure. All right, now San Francisco at 160.
Tyler Beatty, BYU.
You have Green Bay. You have Green Bay first.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It might be under edge.
Oh, that's your Green Bay pick. Gotcha.
Yeah.
They may not have Tyler on there. I don't know.
They do it. I saw him. He's probably under edge.
Oh, okay.
I'm helping out strike.
Oh, there he is. Yep.
There he
People
is.
helping people.
Okay, so he went to Green Bay, and now San Francisco's on the clock. Gotcha. And that's you, Emory.
Oh, I'm San Francisco too.
Yeah.
We got a quarterback. All right. And they do always take a running back, but let's go wide receiver once again. And Kanota Montfield.
You know what's funny? I talked to him at the Shrine Bowl. He ran in the 4.5s, which is too bad. But he reminded me a lot of Deontay Johnson. And I mentioned that to him, and he said his mom was watching the Steelers play 5 years ago. She said, "Hey, that guy runs just like you do." So
shout out to the moms watching ball, and shout out to him knowing of players, because we talked about this before. These new players don't know nobody that ain't played within their college career. They don't even watch football like that.
No, he knew, and his mom knew. But yeah, they both knew. He's a good kid too. He played faster than any time. So if he went on day 3, I think that checks out. Next up, the Philadelphia Eagles here. I've had them taking James Pearce, Xavier Watts, Wyatt Milam, Kamiri Dike, who I love. Let's look at off-ball linebacker real quick. The concern with the Kobe Dean is how healthy is he going to be and when. We know about Zach Bond being a fantastic story. So linebacker.
It's all the way down. Yeah.
There we go.
Man, picked all of
them. Striker's going to get carpal tunnel from all this clicking he's having to do.
He can't handle fresh internet. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's too fast for him. Yeah. So I think, see if they have, and I like this guy more than most people, Jamon Dumas Johnson out of Kentucky at off-ball linebacker.
I think they have him on here.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he was at the Shrine Bowl. He is a thumper. He's a good athlete, and I think he's a little more athletic than the young man they drafted last year. Another Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I can't think of his name. Another guy whose dad obviously played in the league a long time. All right, Jamon Dumas Johnson. Do you like him, Josh, as someone who watches Kentucky?
Yeah, he's incredibly smart. I thought he was going to be athletically limited a little bit. And then he came out and he tested very well during the pre-draft process. So yeah, I mean, in terms of a player that could step in and give you contributions from day one, I think he's somebody that's certainly going to do that and be able to contribute on special teams as well.
All right, pick 162. Emory.
Cornerback. Let's go cornerback. Oh, wow. Hold up. Timeout. We got – all right, go cornerback. I ain't going to double down on it just yet. Give me Nico Reed, man. I don't know why these good corners in Oregon DBs are hanging around.
All right. You got it. Got your guy. Carolina Panthers at pick 163 here. And we're just doing best player available. I took Rashard Smith previously. I mean, we can't take a quarterback here. We got enough things to worry about. Let's go back to the Panthers pick so far, if you don't mind, Striker. Thank you. I think I'm just going to keep going defense and just trying to keep getting better at that side of the ball. Elijah Roberts is still there, which is crazy to me. He's an inside-outside guy. He's a collapsive pocket guy. So I'm just keeping drafting. I'm going to keep drafting defensive linemen, second, third level guys. So Elijah Roberts, SMU, Carolina Panthers. Philadelphia Eagles have back-to-back picks here. And, I mean, you would assume they're going to trade some of these picks, you would imagine. I'm going to double up on safety. I'm taking Lathan Ransom, who's an absolute dog. And then he's right there. You had him. Yeah, there we go. And I'm not going to take – I can't take another edge guy, I don't think. But go to tight ends real quick. And let's just see. Because I think a guy that
There's a couple of athletic guys that stand out.
You know, I'm taking Thomas Fidel in the second out of Nebraska. I love him, and when he's healthy, he's a really good football player. Sort of flew under the radar because he's playing in Nebraska, but love him there. All right, Houston Texans, Josh, 166.
So I'm going to go running back here. I'm going to go with Jordan James from Oregon. I don't like that Emory has had a monopoly on the Ducks. So I'm going to give him a guy here that I think can contribute in that outside zone scheme. So that's where I'm going.
All right. Back at you, Josh, 167, Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, and this wasn't necessarily my intention. I do think this is a position of need, but it is strictly because I can't believe this player is available, and I think he's available. Jalen Lane, is he still there, Striker?
He is.
I think so.
Yeah. I have a much higher grade on him than this.
Yeah, let's go with Jalen Lane. Might be one of the smaller wide receiver rooms in the NFL, but certainly going to be explosive.
All right. Somehow the Philadelphia Eagles are again back on the clock. And so let's stay here where you are, Striker. I think I'm going to take – I love Devin Neal, and I know there's a deep running back room, but I'm okay taking him here. A.J. Dillon, they acquired him. He's coming off the injury. Will Shipley, they have him who they drafted last year. There could be a place for Devin Neal here. So I'm going to take Devin Neal. I mean, they have 50 picks, so at some point you're going to be doubling up on positions. All right, Traps, you're picking back-to-back for your Buffalo Bills here. Pick
okay, what do we got? All right. Ooh, Malaki, Tyreek Williams, run stopper, Porter. They need – let's look at the wide receivers, please. And Josh sniped one of my favorites, but they do need to add, and they brought in a bunch of speedsters on the outside. Can you scroll down a little bit, Striker? I like Keandre Lambert-Smith quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's scroll up. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go by my board, and I think I have Ty. I'm gonna check. I have Ty Felton. Yeah, graded a little higher than Keandre Lambert-Smith. So at the top here, Ty Felton, the wide receiver from Maryland. I just think he's the vertical threat that this team needs. He kind of reminds me a lot of Troy Franklin in last year's draft class.
All right, I love it. And you're back at 170.
Bills are up again. Safety corner. You know what? Let's double up on the edge rusher position. Let's check edge and D line.
And while you do that, Traps, I'll point out 513 Art Dog asked in the comments, Bengals fan here, what did you guys choose? If you hang around till round 6, we'll tell you exactly who we choose, and then we'll see who Josh takes for him. So,
all right, I'm going to go Antoine Powell-Ryland, the edge rusher from Virginia Tech. I'm surprised he's still here. The short arms probably hurt him. He reminded me a lot of Jerry Hughes on film. Doesn't have quite the same length as Jerry Hughes, but a similar type player that obviously was good in Buffalo for a long time.
All right, New England Patriots. Pick 171. They've had Will Campbell, Amari Hampton, Jalen Royals, Noel Williams, Logan Brown, and Josiah Stewart. Hit the tight ends for me real quick. Because I think there's a guy that I like. I think I know who I'm taking. I'm taking my guy Rondé Gadsden the second.
I'm about to say.
I mean, he's another big athletic target for your young quarterback. I would take him higher than this, so I feel pretty good about taking Rondé Gadsden here.
Surprising on the board.
Pick 172, and then your Buffalo Bills at 173. Traps you the Seahawks and the Bills.
Yeah, let's go. I already have a name that's standing out to me, and I know that they picked Jihaad Campbell in round 1. Or actually, let's go edge for the Seahawks. Let's look at that. It's one other position. To me, the upside with Tyler Barron from Miami, who's one of the younger prospects in this class, if I'm remembering correctly, through the roof. He reminds me a lot of Sam Williams, who was a second-round pick 2 years ago. I'm going to go Tyler Barron from Miami. Power, a little bit of bend and pass rushing moves for a team that needs edge.
Okay. And then what are you doing for your Bills?
Back to the Bills, man. 3 out of 4 picks in round 5 here. Let's go to tight end. And because they have Dalton Kincaid, but didn't have a great second season. Dawson Knox, great team captain blocker, but doesn't really do much in the pass game. I'm going to go Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech. I really liked him on film. Starting as the wide receiver, or as the tight end 3, excuse me. I'm pretty sure he should be in the tight end group. He's a little older, so maybe there's not as much upside, but I think after the catch, tracking it downfield, Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech is a good one.
Arizona State transfer. Next up, the Dallas Cowboys here. And let's go to edge rush. I think I have an idea. I love Barron Sorrell out of Texas, but I might talk myself into Q Robinson out of Alabama as a situational pass rusher. He's going to get better too. So I love the idea of bringing him on third down and just letting him get after and win a one-on-one. So Q Robinson, 5th round to the Cowboys. All right, Traps, you're back at it again. 175 Seattle Seahawks. 2 more picks to go here in round 5.
Back to the Seahawks. Can we look at safeties, please? I think safety, just to add, this is a best player available type situation. Who I really like, and I think Mike McDonald would be great to accentuate his talent is kind of a versatile safety. Hunter Wohler, the safety from Wisconsin. He's not going to be a rangy type. He's not Earl Thomas, but I think he can do anything else you need out of the safety position. And especially this late, I think it's good value.
Yeah, great kid, great teammate. Checks those boxes for sure. Emory, wrap up round 5 here for the Baltimore Ravens at pick 176.
Baltimore, let's go to, right there. I'm surprised you kept passing on him. Benjamin Urasek. People forget how good of a receiver he was because he was at Stanford.
Yep.
Then he goes to Georgia. All they asked him to do is block. He's still a very good receiver. Perfect.
Absolutely. He probably, if he transferred somewhere else, he may have put up much bigger numbers. Had a good week at the Shrine Bowl. I hesitated because Leger's yelling at me because I didn't take Barron Sorrell for the Dallas Cowboys. He's sitting in the sun enjoying himself. All right, top of round 6 here. This is the Chris Trapasso show.
Yeah, I came on the right time here. Let's do D tackle and corner because I want to double dip on those 2 positions. So if you can highlight those, striker, DL and corner, just anyone that really stands out to me. Do they have Warren Brinson on this board?
That's
Riley Mills, is it? Come on, Warren Brinson.
Got Nazir Stackhouse if you want to get his teammate.
What about scroll up a little? You know what? Let's go Cam Horsley because he's so fun. He's kind of like a Jamari Caldwell light. I think adding more beef up front would be good with Horsley in the 6th.
All right. Josh, you are pick 178, the Tennessee Titans.
Let's go. Can you get back to their picks real quick, Striker?
Cam Ward, Shamar Stewart, Jaylen Noel, and Demetrius Knight. The second, Savion Jones, and then Jalen Lane.
We are in best
Let's give
available
him,
player land.
Let's give him another linebacker. Let's go with Kane Medrano from UCLA.
Oh, he's a good player. They had a deep linebacker room at UCLA, including Femi Oladejo, who actually moved outside because that room was so deep. All right, Traps, you are on for 3 straight picks. Cleveland at 179, Las Vegas at 180, and then the Chargers at 181.
Let's go wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns. If Josh is okay with that. How about Andrew Armstrong? I think he's a really underrated player. We had Teslago way earlier. I think kind of reminds me of Brian Edwards when he was coming out of South Carolina.
Okay.
Not quite as bulky, but just a good big slot, reliable, good in contested catch situations.
All right, Las Vegas.
Raiders. This is that fun Mike draft where you went Burden in round 2. You know what? I think they could still use edge. I'm going to go with let's see, is there someone? How about Jahdae Joyner? He's long. He is explosive, good edge setter. So Jahdae Joyner for the Raiders there.
All right, and then the Chargers at 181.
Chargers 181. We just went wide receiver. We got a lot of pieces on the offensive side. You know what? Let's go with one of my absolute favorites in the entire class, linebacker Teddy Buchanan from California, former UC Davis stud. I absolutely love him on film.
You love you some Teddy Buchanan. I can attest to that for sure.
I do.
You
don't like him?
No, I do.
Like him?
But
Okay.
in the 7-round mock drafts, he went several times under the Chris Trapasso GM leadership. Jacksonville at 182, Josh.
Striker, can you go to their? Yeah, there we go. All right, let's go. See, we took defensive tackle, took a safety, couple corners.
Hurry up, Josh. Emery's falling asleep.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. Let's go with Will Howard here.
Oh.
Trevor.
Why is Josh picking for the Steelers too? He just trying to make this team as terrible as possible. All right, Emery, 183. You're the Baltimore Ravens.
Let's see what we have already in tow. Ravens always make good picks. Case in point, Mello Dotson. Give me the guy that's scrappy, that looks like he like fighting and got ball skills. Lock it in.
That's a Baltimore Raven for sure. All right, Josh, back to back with the Saints at 184, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers, who didn't get Will Howard somehow in this universe at pick 185.
Let's go with safety here. We'll go with Malachi Moore.
Okay. Smart
from
player.
Alabama.
Can't wait to see this pick for the Steelers.
Let's see. For the Steelers, we've already given him a wide receiver. Let's go. Let's see, did we get our? No, we haven't taken a running back yet. Let's go with Damian Martinez.
He feels like a cross between Najee and who's a Kentucky running back they drafted a few years ago?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, right.
Benny Snell.
Yeah.
Yes, now. And by the way, Josh, I owe you an apology. I forgot that BMAC traded up for Shedeur Sanders. I was going
to say, you want to add competition for Shedeur?
I forgot about that.
I was like, man, this guy loves him some Will Howard.
And let it be said, I will overdraft a certain position on these 7-round mock drafts more than anyone else because I'm always confused by the end. 186 New York Jets. Emery, what do you got?
We love. It's about depth here. Barron Terrell still on the board. Let's knock it out the park.
He should be drafted
way
a
early.
round and a half before this at the very least, for sure. All right, Minnesota Vikings here. Haven't had a ton of picks because of the trade-ups last year. Nick Emmanwori, Vernon Broughton, Nick Martin, excuse me. I was confused there what I was looking at. All right, so let's see here.
Quarterback.
I was
line
very
would be
seriously
guard.
thinking about taking Will Howard until I got snaked by my guy Josh here. We're in round 6. I think this is an okay range to take Seth Hennigan. I like Seth Hennigan. I think he's a solid player, ton of starts. He can be a backup. They only have 2 quarterbacks, I believe, on the roster right now. One, JJ, obviously, he's coming off the injury, and Brett Rippon. So, yeah, give me Seth Hennigan here. All right, Josh. Excuse me. Yeah, Josh, you're back at it at pick 188.
Yeah, another team with a lot of picks. We haven't addressed the safeties yet. I'm going to go Jalen Reed, Penn State.
God, he's a good player. I would take him higher than this. That feels like a steal for me. Traps back-to-back with the Colts and the Rams at 189 and 190.
Okay, Colts. Once he puts that in, I just got to see who the.
Has he been taken?
They don't have him. They don't have Jalen Reed.
Oh, get out of here. That can't be right.
This is where I draw the line.
Penn State slander against Penn State striker.
Just wait until we get into round 7 and Emory starts rolling through his players 500 through 600. Yeah,
we passed that. They didn't have guys in the 4th round that I was like, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, with you, I figured that was
Wow,
gonna
Jalen
happen.
Reed's a good player. All right. What's your backup plan?
Let's see. Striker, can you get other picks again real quick, please? Okay, so have not addressed the offensive line. I'm going to go with Chase Lunt from
Good player.
UConn.
Yep, he's a good player.
If Dan Moore doesn't work out, now I've got a backup.
Just more Steelers catching strays for no reason. All right, Indianapolis and the Rams back-to-back. Traps 189 and 190.
All right, I'm going to go to start for the Colts. They need more edge help. I do not know how to pronounce his last name, but I'm going with the edge rusher from Boise State. Ryan, help me with that one.
Oh,
Ahmad
I don't know either.
He's
I
a
know
good player.
From Egypt.
Hassanin?
Yeah.
He's fun on film in round 6. Like he's not ready to play yet and be an every down guy, but the guy at the top right there, striker for the Colts, would be good. Yep, right there.
Hassanian. I think it's Hassanian.
Hassanian,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good player.
And then Rams. You know what? The Rams like to throw some curveballs at times. Actually, well, they picked Blake Corum last year. Let's go quarterback. We're going with our favorite quarterbacks. I like Cam Miller a lot from North Dakota State. He reminds me of Brock Purdy a little bit. And I could see them being like Matt Stafford. We didn't get Shador. Cam Miller for the Rams in round 6.
All righty. Denver Broncos. And they have Colston Loveland, Quinshon Judkins, Zay Frazier, and Tyrion Ingram Dawkins on the inside. Let's go. Look at offensive line really quick here. Tackle and inside, just so I don't have to re-cue you if this guy's not here. Let's go Johnny Cornelius out of Oregon, right tackle for Oregon. He's a big hulking player. Had some depth there. Traps, you are Cleveland. No, that's not right. Are you?
Yes, I am the Browns.
Oh, you're at Cleveland. I thought it was Josh. Okay, 192. You're the Browns.
We're the Browns. We went one running back, receiver. How about let's look at linebacker? I think Jaylen Walker from Indiana is so fun. Another non-combine guy, but skinny, but made a lot of plays. Ran, I think, 4.4 flat or close to that at the Indiana Pro Day. I'm going to go linebacker just with a high upside player there for the Browns.
All right. Not to be confused with Jaylen Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Bengals at 193, Josh.
Okay, let's go. Let's go with Jay Toya, the defensive tackle from UCLA.
UCLA. Love it.
Dancing Bear. Yeah, he bounces around. Pretty sure he's in here. I saw him earlier.
There he is. Got him. And then pick 194, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Right back to you, Josh.
Okay, we took Emory Jones, Tez Johnson. Okay, we're gonna add some more depth, competition to the interior offensive line. Let's go with Drew Kendall, Boston College.
Ooh.
Got him. Look at that.
Back to the Rams for me, correct?
Rams at 195.
195. Okay, so I think they still need some depth at offensive tackle. Can we look at that quick? Unless I'm going to go with Brandon Crenshaw Dixon. Oh my God, easy. Jalen Travis from Iowa State with his numbers and his size.
Good.
I think that would be a immediate call-in pick by the Rams.
And if I recall correctly, he has freakishly long arms. Detroit at 196 is me. Let's go. Actually, oh boy, I'm going to take K'Mon Rucker here, the edge rusher out of UNC.
I like
hiring him. Yeah, I'm hiring him than most people, I feel like. And then Denver back on the clock here at 197. And is Craig Woodson your guy, Traps?
I like him a lot, yeah.
Yeah,
Watching Cal, all three of those players were good at Cal. In the
let's go with Craig Woodson, the safety, just to add some depth there as well. And next up, we have a little switcheroo here. I believe Traps, you're at 198.
Okay.
Is that right? No, hold on.
I got
Is that right,
Green Bay.
Packers?
Are we back to Emory?
Yep.
The 198?
The Packers, yep.
Okay.
All right. Let me see the interior offensive line.
The Packers are always picking good blockers late in the draft, too.
Right. And so I feel like scroll down. This is small college territory. Give me Joshua Gray.
Oh, there you go. Oregon State small college. That's disrespectful to Oregon State.
Listen, man, they got to pick a conference, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
All right, Traps.
Right now.
I believe that you have the next four picks, if I'm correct. The Chargers,
Sweet.
the Browns, and the Rams twice.
Yes, those are my.
All right, do those things, and I'm going to take a quick break, but you guys keep going.
Sure. All right. So for the Chargers, yeah, I mean, I think I think Ryan deserves a little bit of a break. Let's go offensive guard for the Chargers because we know that Jim Harbaugh wants to run the football. Jackson Slater from Sacramento State was a lot of fun on film, tested well. We're going to go there just with a depth player, Jackson Slater from Sacramento State for the Chargers. And then to the Browns. Let's look at safety for the Browns. I don't love Sebastian Castro. The one that stands out to me, I didn't love him on film, but the testing was through the roof. Katan Crawford from Nevada, transferred from Miami.
Right.
Big time workout. I think he in round 6, Crawford from Nevada would make a lot of sense just to add depth to that secondary in Cleveland. And then Rams, we went quarterback, we went tackle. They're built up front with David Walker and Aeneas Peebles. Let's look at wide receiver just because you bring in Devontae Adams, but he's near the end of his career. Still a really good player. How about a bigger bodied speedster? I'm going to go Keandre Lambert-Smith from Auburn to be that outside speedster for the future for them. Back-to-back selections for the Rams. What about running back? I know you have Blake Corum, you have Kyron Williams. Is there one running back I think is very Ramsey to me? Corey Kiner from Cincinnati. He was at LSU, transfers to Cincinnati, and was really elusive last season for the Bearcats.
I love Corey Kiner.
Baltimore is on the clock. Let's look at what we've done. Corner. We got good football players, man. Let's go to offensive line one more time. And I like Marcus Ware out of Montana State. Scroll.
Yeah, I think we've taken him before. There he is. I think we've taken him in the 7th-round mock draft for sure. All right, we're getting there. Pick 204, the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go to wide receiver because I'm going to keep giving them wide receiver help.
They need it.
I love how you minor. Okay. Oh man, there's some guys here. I'm going to take, and I know this young man's off some teams' boards, but Samuel Brown is 6'2", 200 pounds, and ran 4.4. He's been to 3 different schools, but if he can keep his head locked into football, he could be a special player. Sam Brown, the U. All right, Traps, here the Baltimore Ravens at 212. Oh, wait, the Washington Commanders on the board? Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, I skipped down too far. My bad.
Yeah.
Yep. There's the Cowboys have a pick at 211. 205 Washington. That's Josh. There we go.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Auburn fans are probably irritated that this guy's not off the board. I'm going to go with Jarquez Hunter, running back, Auburn.
Right. How's
He's a
he
good
still
player
there?
too.
All right, Traps, the Bills at 206.
Oh, we have another Bills pick, and I hadn't gone. This is fun for me. This is great. I hadn't gone running back yet with the James Cook situation. Go to running back. I just picked one of my favorites in Corey Kiner. How about LaQuint Allen from Syracuse? Just because of the receiving ability and how much Ryan probably watched him live this season, being in the backyard of Syracuse, and that how much they want to utilize their running backs in the pass game.
He is, I mean, I think he had over 60 targets last year. He's only 20 years old. Runs a little upright at times, but I think he's a good player and great value here, no doubt about it. 207, New York Jets, Emory Hunt.
All right. They're loaded in the backfield. We doubled up on receiver. We got some. Let's go O-line. Continue to stockpile depth there. And I will go with Scroll. They don't even have the very good tackle, guard tackle from, go back up.
Have Carson Vincent sitting there.
That the Senior Bowl got him. Give me Luke Kendra.
Good one.
The Senior Bowl, if you go back and watch his
Vincent.
Auburn game, it was whew.
He's got the traits, but yeah, the film is not.
He did a good job of holding it down at the Senior Bowl when you're supposed to. But I won't get caught up in that one week situation, that 1 week affair.
Yep.
All right. So the Denver Broncos are here. Go to running back real quick. Again, this team has so few needs. It's sort of crazy here. I'm going to go Taj Brooks. I like Woody Marks as well, but I'm taking Taj Brooks out of Texas Tech. Juiced up runner. Can bounce it outside if you need him to. Taj Brooks it is. Chargers with Chris Trapasso, pick 209.
Okay, so we've addressed the defensive line early, tight end, running back, wide receiver, linebacker, guard. Let's go.
Wesley
let's
Spain.
go Let's go cornerback for the Chargers. We don't know what the deal. I don't know why it's not like Asante Samuel is just sitting there in free agency, the shoulder injury, the tackles, but he feels like he should be on a team. They need another cornerback. Tarheeb Steele still had a good season, but let's look at corners quickly.
Cam Hart was another pleasant surprise.
Yeah. We're going to go let's go Jason Marshall from Florida because of the workout. And this is, for me, I am just throw flyers at big-time athletes this late in the draft.
He's a good player, too. Baltimore Ravens, Emory Hunt at pick 210.
In the group chat right there, my guy Wesley explained, sorry, there's no Montana Grizzlies on here. I tried. They don't lock into Montana football like we do, sir. So I had to go with the Bobcats. So pardon my disallegiance for your Grizzlies. So let's see where we at. We got interior O-line, corner, tight end, receiver, edge, linebacker. Let's go receiver once again. Even though Savion Williams is going to be a dog, Nick Nash. Oh, wait, timeout. We got. I'm thinking of the return game because we do like a little Kavontae Turpin light and Jimmy Horn, but we need a big dog. So let's go get Nick Nash, another quarterback turn receiver that has good awareness.
Yeah, he doesn't run quite like Jimmy
Horn.
A lot
of catches last year, right? Yeah.
Ton of catches. All right. Back to the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm going to keep going secondary. I can't believe this guy's still here, and he's ranked so low that he sort of slipped under my radar. Go to cornerback, striker. Go get B.J. Adams out of Lige Douzle's UCF. He could be a top 100 guy. Like, it's wild that he's ranked so low here. but that's on me for missing him. But I get him here. Dallas Cowboys get a really good football player. 212, Chris Trapasso, Baltimore Ravens.
It's back to me. Isn't it Emery?
Yeah,
I mean, he's Eric DeCosta, right? Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I was on a Ravens show earlier, so I know I got a lot of fans of Ravens Nation watch, but the nest of the vote. All right, so we need depth on defense. Go to D-line. I tried, Wes. All right, Riley Mills, Will Nursing back to health. Let's go, Ravens.
It's an Andrew Voorhees type situation. Redshirt him, and then he's playing. Yep, by year 2.
And we talked about Desmond Watson too, but we're going Riley Mills.
All right, Traps. I think are you closing us out in the 6th round? Vegas, Chargers, Vegas, Browns.
Yeah. Okay.
All
let's
right,
go. Let's go back.
Picks.
Let's go back and add some more beef up front, even though we already got Jamari Caldwell. So let's go look at the D line. There's one player I think that's standing out to me. So yeah, right there, SMU, Jared Harrison Hunt. I think he's a really fun player. Can get up the field in a big body too.
All right, Chargers at 214.
Chargers. Oh, we got my guy Bashal Tootin already. Let's look at. We went linebacker already. How about safety? You have Derwin James, obviously. The one. Can you scroll down a little bit, Striker? If there's any more under. Oh, I'm going to go Marcus Siegel from, which I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce his last name, from Kansas State. Big time tester. I thought he was really fun on film in coverage, and he was a striker as a in run support as well.
Good call. Back to Vegas at 215.
Back to Vegas at 215. Let's look at offensive line. That's one position that we haven't addressed yet. And I think it's a ascending offensive line, but it's not great at this point. You scroll down a little. I don't know if there's any of the Emory guys down the board here. Actually, let's go up to Connor Colby from Iowa. Not a tremendously high upside player, but I think the floor is pretty high. So Connor Colby for the Raiders there to start the 7th round. Well, then the Browns. Okay.
Yeah, you got one more pick to close that. Last pick of the
okay, yeah,
round.
sorry. Of the 6th. Okay, gotcha. We went safety, linebacker, wide receiver, tight tackle the last couple picks. I wouldn't hate corner. Can we look at corner? Just to add to that secondary. How about Fentrell Cypress from Florida State? Tested really well, was not a combine invite. I've wanted to draft a bunch of these non-combine guys. He was really fun. When you're watching Azareye'h Thomas, Cypress kind of popped on film.
Yeah, no, that's right. And tested through the roof, as you pointed out there. Let's go to offensive line here, please. Striker, I saw a couple guys here. Brandon Hallam, we are, in fact, still going.
7th round, baby, last round.
7th round. I'm going to take Pete Prisco's guy here, Jonah Monheim out of USC. He likes him a lot more than this. I think this is day 3 is where he comes off the board here, but it feels like great value. So let's do that. And then Emory back-to-back picks 218 and 219 with the Falcons and the Giants.
Jeez, the Falcons have no picks, man.
I know. Let's go wide receiver with the Falcons. And let's go Kobe Hudson. Better quarterback play. He would have balled out this year. Give me Kobe Hudson, number 1.
Good player. All right, the Giants are up.
You know what? Let's get our quarterback of the future.
You already got him. His name's Kyle McCord.
Go ahead on and get Brady Cook. We're going for a Gus Farratt, Heath Schuler situation here. We're going to let them fight it out in the quarterback room. Let's go.
Only Emory would drop like a Gus Farratt.
Emory's going to be the first GM in NFL history to get hired and fired on the same day. All right, I'm the New England Patriots here. And we're just going best player available here. You know what? I'm going to take – oh, boy. They got Milton Williams. I like Tonka Hemingway a lot. I'm going to take you can never have enough defensive linemen. Give me Tonka Hemingway.
Yeah, that's a good pick. He's probably the best one sticking out.
All right, Josh. Jacksonville Jaguars at 221.
Yeah, finally. Okay, I'm going to go – let's see, I haven't taken any tight ends, right? Yeah, let's go CJ Dupre, Alabama.
He is fun.
He's good.
He gave me some Dawson Knox vibes on film, that he makes some crazy athletic plays but didn't catch a lot of passes in college.
He could go.
I don't think he.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was going to say I don't think he's Dawson Knox as a prospect who went in the 3rd round, but some flashes of that from Dupre from Alabama.
If he went earlier on day 3, it would not surprise me. Traps, you were Vegas at 222 and then Seattle at 223.
Okay, let's add to the offensive line depth. Let's just go Brandon Crenshaw Dixon. He's a big body, really long. Just to keep adding that group, I think Tom Brady understands the importance of having depth on the offensive line. He's calling the shots. He's calling
the shots. All right, the Seahawks.
Can we just scroll down from the best available here, Striker? No. We've already taken a bunch. Actually, yeah, let's go Cody Simon from Ohio State. You picked Jihaad Campbell early, round 1, but Mike McDonald has been with a lot of the really quality players at linebacker in Baltimore. Cody Simon, I thought, was really solid on film.
Yeah, absolutely. Miami 224, Josh.
Yeah, they took Armand Membou, offensive tackle. Wondering if they could go there again. Let's see. We haven't gotten a safety, though. Let's go with safety. We'll go with Dante Trader, Maryland.
Oh, good pick. I like Dante Trader. All right, 225, Arizona Cardinals. Back at it. Let's see here.
This is you, right, Ryan?
This is me. Let's take Elijah Huzzy, cornerback out of North Carolina.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Kansas City Chiefs and then the San Francisco 49ers back-to-back, Emory, 226, 227.
All right, let's go. We did offensive tackle. We did guard. We did tight end. Did D-line. All right, let's go running back.
Shocker.
Right, you got to help out the offense. Scroll down.
Oh, there is a one that's leaping out to me.
Right, but here's the thing: they need a pace setter, Ollie Gordon. Let's go with Ollie Gordon.
Okay.
People underestimate his receiving skills too as a downfield threat too. All right,
it just shows you how deep this running back class is, where Ollie Gordon could conceivably be around in the 7th. San Francisco 49ers, Emory.
Scroll one down one more time. So we got quarterback, corner. All right, we do need. Let's go to tight end. Matter of fact, is Mason Tharp? Keep scrolling because he's 6'9". Give me somebody that's going. He's not on this. I forgot what I'm dealing with. Let's go with Jake Brittenstool.
Clemson.
Yep.
Goes to San Francisco. And he is a flex, and you took the bait because Detroit Lions are next, and they're taking Jackson Haas, the best blocking tight end, maybe the best blocker in this draft class. They got Brock Wright, but 2 tight end sets. He's going to be.
We don't block in San Francisco. It's all smoke and mirrors. We got speed. We don't need to block.
All right, Josh, I think this is the last Steelers pick on what has been an A++ draft for the Steelers next to Super Bowl. What are you doing here?
Yeah, another opportunity to screw up the Steelers. Don't take that for granted. Let's get a developmental offensive lineman in the building. Let's go with Carson Vinson, offensive tackle.
Yeah, he had a good start to the Senior Bowl week.
It's VIN.
VIN. Yep.
There we go. All right, next up, Carolina Panthers. And all right, let's scroll a little bit here. I have an idea, but I want to keep going. Let's see what we want here. Let's a little more. I think. All right, let's go with at the very top here. Let's take Pat Bryant, Illinois, wide receiver. He's not going to win you with pace, but he can be a possession guy for you, hopefully at the next level. Josh, you are Miami at pick 231.
All right, we got a safety. Yeah, I mean, they've addressed just about everything at this point. Trader was the last one I took.
Yeah.
Let's do let's go with Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, Wisconsin.
All right. Traps, you are the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks. Picks 232 through 234.
Can you go to safety? Do we have my guy that I've talked with Emory about, Robert McLean from Jacksonville, from
Come on
Jackson
now,
State?
you know that's like
I don't know why I even. Okay,
Right.
never mind. Let's just go back to the overall big board. I think Robert McLean's a really good player on film. For the Colts, scroll down a little bit, striker. We're gonna go Zeke Biggers, who is enormous at defensive tackle. He has some of the longest arms in the class. Zeke Biggers, just to add another big body next to Grover Stewart.
All right. And then Chicago Bears.
Let's meet with the Bears.
Yeah.
Let's look at wide receiver, just to add to that group for Caleb Williams in year 2. I know this is late. Ooh, one that sticks out to me, Efton Chisholm from Eastern Washington, to be that underneath separator who's just going to be a chain mover. He's really fun on film. Obviously a step up in level of competition, but he was really fun on film.
All right. And then
it's me again. Seahawks.
That's right.
Scroll down a little bit, striker. Have we picked? Oh, we haven't. All right. I know it seems like redundant because they have a bunch of running backs, but let's go to running backs just to keep replenishing. And I think this is a good time to pick those running backs. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt stands out to me. You could say he's like Chris Carson or Marlon Mack. So there's the Seattle Seahawks tie with Chris Carson. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt from Arizona.
I think he only played one game last year, but his tape is pretty fun to watch. New Mexico transfer, I believe. Tampa Bay at pick 235. Emory?
All right, we're going to help them at the backup quarterback position. Go to quarterback. I like Graham Mertz. They go back to the well at Florida. Mertz was playing really good football before he got injured. I think they beat Tennessee if he doesn't get hurt. So I'm going with Graham Mertz.
Okay.
We already have Kyle Trask, the better version of Graham Mertz.
Exactly, not the Wisconsin Graham Mertz.
That's a debate I thought I'd never have. Here we go. Pick 236, Houston Texans, Josh Edwards.
Let's go with interior offensive line, or however they have him listed. Let's go Caleb Rogers, could be offensive tackle.
Oh, my God. He's so fun on film. I've completely forgot about him. He's great.
Caleb Rogers.
They need to have Caleb Rogers.
No Caleb Rogers.
Oh, wow. He was at the
and he tested through the roof too, and he played like 4,000 snaps at 4 positions.
All right.
How about
That's
sticking with
all
the
right.
interior offensive line, Bryce Cabledue, Cabeldue. Yeah, let's go there.
You got it. Nice.
Another big tester.
All right.
Emory,
Packers. Emory,
All right.
237.
All right, let's go to special teams. Let's go get Jimmy Horn. Wide receiver.
Who did you say he was, Emory? Like the light version of?
Devontae Turpin.
Oh, Turpin. Yeah.
Devontae
Good one.
Turpin light.
Yeah,
You scared me for a second, but then I realized you were making the picks. Jimmy Horn's a good player, but I get special teams for my New England Patriots. Ricky White, the third punt block master.
There you go. That's a good one. Yeah.
So got him there. That's a huge get.
That's a good one.
Hey, you said it earlier with Deontay Johnson with Mumfield. I thought Ricky White was a lot like Deontay Johnson on film.
I wish he had run faster because he made some plays. He lit Syracuse up, both as a receiver and I think he blocked 2 punts in that game.
Very much like Brandon Lloyd.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Mhm.
that's a good call. Next up, Dallas Cowboys. That's me. I like Jimmy Horn here, and took my guy in terms of a returner. They do have Turpin, of course. So let's go with Tim Smith, defensive lineman out of Alabama, solid player, former 5-star. Traps, you are Chicago Bears at pick 240.
Bears. Let's go interior defensive line. If we can, striker. D line. That's all right. Oh my God. Simeon Barrow, to me, Simeon Barrow Jr. is really a quality player, was 4 years of good production, finished really well at Miami, and is a big time tester.
All right, Josh, back to
And
you
that's
for
what I'm
the
looking
Houston
for.
Texans at 241.
Let's go offensive line again. We will go with Miles Hinton, Michigan.
Rasheed Walker 2.0, in my opinion,
We got him.
who was also a 7th rounder, I believe. They better have him. It's with a Y, I think, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
That would have been a great pick.
We'll change it up. We will go offensive tackle, Asa Pole, ESA,
I think I saw
Washington
him.
State.
They got him, yeah, right there.
Yeah, there we
right
go.
here.
Yep.
There we go. All right, Emory, back to back with the Falcons and the Baltimore Ravens at 242 and 243.
I'm doubling up on wide receivers, man. They need some competition out there. Go to Bo Collins was open a lot at Notre Dame. They just was anti-vertical passing game. Give me Bo Collins.
All right. And then the Baltimore Ravens.
Ravens, what we do? We did receiver. All right, let's go. Keep scrolling down. Best player available. There we go.
This
Cody
is such a Ravens draft,
Lindenberg.
too.
Yep,
Ooh.
all good football players. All A+.
And a lot of picks. A lot of picks. Too.
Exactly. Lindenberg, very good linebacker.
Yep. All right, next up, the Detroit Lions here. Got that blocking tight end last time. And, I mean, come on.
Who's another kneecap guy?
Yeah, we need another kneecap guy.
Oh, I know one, Ryan. Suggestion, Dan Jackson. Don't you like him a lot?
Oh,
Safety?
gosh, great call. Absolutely.
I mean, you picked Sanker, but Dan Jackson's
No,
kind of like a
that's okay.
linebacker.
You get Dan Jackson. He's a safety. There we go. You get Dan Jackson on special teams, and he's going to get 2 personal foul penalties a game, but he'll be a tone setter. Good call on that one.
Love
Thank you
it.
for that.
You need those. Going to have
Absolutely.
3.
Got a late invite to the Senior Bowl. I thought you had a good week there, too. All right, Josh, you are Washington at pick 245.
Yeah, we're going to double dip at edge rusher. Let's go with Fadil Diggs,
Nice.
Syracuse.
All right. Giants, Emory at 246.
All right, let's give the Giants a weapon at receiver. No, your timeout. We do running backs. We did.
You ran out of timeouts about
I ran
4
out of
picks ago.
timeouts. Like, give me a wide. Let's go wide receiver. All right, so we got ETN.
Juice Wells is
go.
still there.
Right, let's go Wester, man. Let's go
LeJohntay Wester.
Yep.
All right.
Better route runner than given credit for.
All right, Dallas Cowboys are up, and I'm going to go to that Colorado well, 4 wide receivers, and I'm taking Will Shepherd. We're going to keep getting wide receivers so we get it right. Big target, Vandy transfer, didn't get a combine invite, ran 4.5s at his pro day, and he catches everything that comes his way. Josh, New Orleans Saints, 248.
Okay, let's go. Got a wide receiver. We've not done that yet. Is Isaiah Nair there from Nebraska?
He's fun. Big body.
Don't see him. Let's go with Rock Taylor.
Yeah, Rock
No
Taylor, I
Julian
saw him.
Fleming, striker.
There we go. All right, the 49ers on the clock. Emory, it's you
All
for
right.
the next 3 picks.
Let's go. Marcus Yarns called his game against Monmouth. He had 1 play, 3rd quarter. I was hating. I was like, why is everyone talking about Yarns? They threw him a quick pop pass and he went 80 yards, put it in cruise control after 20. I was sold then. Marcus Yarns.
All right, Green Bay Packers at 250.
250. Let's scroll down a little bit. We're going. Oh, Castro. Let's stay with safety. Castro is
Sebastian Castro.
Yeah, moves all around the secondary. Match up in the slot. Give me Castro.
Kansas City Chiefs at 251.
Chiefs need bodies. All right. Scroll down. Let's go offensive line. Oh man, this just keep going. Who's best available? All right, we're gonna abandon that, and I'm sick of seeing my guy on the board. Upton Stout, go Western Kentucky.
Yeah, he's a good player, man.
Good pick.
He's listed as safety in here.
I don't get that at all.
He's definitely a slot corner. He's Amick Robertson. Like, yeah.
All right, Josh. Miami Dolphins 253 down the home stretch, boys.
Oh no, we got
49ers. Oh, you still got one more pick. You had 4 in a row. Good Lord. All right, let's go.
Right. All right. We're going Williams at Cincinnati.
John Williams.
Yep.
All right. Now it's Josh with the Miami Dolphins 253.
Okay, let's go. Let's go with Shamar James, linebacker, Florida.
I like Shamar. That's a good pick there. Traps back-to-back, 254, 255, the Saints and the Browns.
Saints. Have they addressed quarterback at all? Can we go to quarterback?
Yeah, they got Jaxson Dart in the first round when B-Mac traded down from 9 to 20.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just look at.
That was 4 hours ago, Traps.
Yeah, let's look at the overall board. Can you scroll down a little, Striker, please?
Well, you did give Traps the Saints, which is my pick, but.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh. That's what I was wondering. I was like, I haven't picked the Saints.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I got confused. My bad. I didn't read Debo's note. There we go. Thank you, Josh, for correcting that.
I was curious to see who Traps took. Maybe it would give me a little clue where to go here. Let's go with Joe Huber, interior offensive lineman from Wisconsin.
Oh, they have that one. Good. All right, now it's Traps back-to-back Browns and Chargers, 255, 256. And then Emory gets Mr. Irrelevant, 257 for the Chiefs.
Okay, we've already picked running back. Scroll down a little. Let's go a little bit further, please, Striker. There's one name I thought was. How about Trayshawn Holden from Oregon? I know we already picked a receiver, but just to add to that room, he was fun on film, bigger body.
All right. And then the penultimate pick in the 2025 7-round mock draft.
And we're going to get Ryan we're going to get him to a 715 HQ spot too. Let's go Caden Preekscorn. I'm not sure how to say it. The tight end from Mississippi. Decent pass catcher, didn't test well, but I think that would make sense with the penultimate pick.
All right, Emory, the floor is yours, sir. Who is Mr. Irrelevant?
Typical Andy Reid. I can fix him. Go get DJ Uiagalelei.
Yes. Oh my God, how amazing is that? That's tremendous.
If that is not the perfect Emory Hunt pick to end this 7-round mock draft, Mr. Irrelevant, DJ Uiagalelei. That would be a fantastic story. All right, we are a wrap. We only had one power outage. Shout out to producer Striker for going through this thing several times to get the names right. And now, guys, if you'll sit tight, I'm going to read all 257 names of the picks. You ready? Thanks to all you guys who watched this thing live. Thank you for all the comments. This was an amazing endeavor. Debo thought it was too crazy to happen. We pulled it off. So thanks to all you guys for coming on the show and helping us out. And we're still only 7 days away from the draft somehow. So we're almost there, boys. All right. We'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you.